Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee meeting for this Friday, September 5, 2025. Madam Clerk, if you'd please call the roll.
Jason Whalen.
Present.
DJ Wilkins. Not present. Jarnell Singh. Not present. Dean Burke.
Present.
Linda Smith.
Present.
Assume that still gives us a quorum, correct? Very good. So we have a quorum for this annual lodging tax meeting, and we'll move to the public comment section of today's agenda. Public comments may be submitted in writing in advance of the meeting or certainly orally. You're allowed 3 minutes per person. If you'd like to make public comment, just come to the dais and provide your name and your residence for our record. Otherwise, if you are here to provide a grant proposal presentation for funding, that would be best provided at the time that we go through your particular application for funding today. So, are there any individuals who'd like to make public comment before the Lodging Tax Committee? Seeing none in the audience, Madam Clerk, are there any that are appearing virtually that would like to make comment that have their virtual hands raised? Very good. And I assume we do have this streaming via Zoom in case folks would like to make public comment or appear. Very good. So I'll then declare the public comment period closed. We now turn to approval of the minutes of the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee meeting for September 2024. Those meeting minutes are in front of you. If you want to take just a few minutes to review those. The meeting minutes obviously reflect our activities from last year and the presentations we received and the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee recommendations for 2024 funding. Are there any questions or corrections to the minutes as presented? If not, do I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of September 2024?
Motion to approve minutes is presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee meeting minutes from Friday, September 2024. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of adoption of the meeting minutes or approval rather, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The September 2024 meeting minutes have been approved. We now turn to an overview of our 2025 grants status and our fund balance. And for this, we have our Assistant Finance Director, Dana Kaplan. Ms. Kaplan.
For 2025, the city projects revenue of $1,351,255, which is an estimate ending fund balance of $4,143,068 as of December 31st of this year. Of that 4.1 million, 1.15 is reserved for tourism promotion, acquisition of tourism-related facilities or operation of tourism-related facilities, and 2.89 Net McGavick Center is reserved for acquisition, construction, expansion, marketing, and management of convention facilities.
Very good. Anything else on that you'd like to provide?
No.
So we do have in front of us, in addition to the fund balance figures that Ms. Kaplan provided, we do have the overview, if you will, of the 2025 request for 2026 lodging tax grant funds. And we have a number of applicants with total project costs that certainly exceed the amount of funds we have available. So it will be incumbent upon us to take a good look at the requests as we listen to the applications, and then we'll have to make our best recommendation for funding. So with that, as we typically do, we have our grants proposal presentations for funding, and they start with grave concerns at 9 o'clock. So we're a little earlier. So why don't we, I guess, we can go into recess until 9 o'clock or until the applicant from Grave Concerns arrives. We are back on for the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee meeting this Friday, September 5, 2025. And the first applicant is Grave Concerns Association. Welcome, Laurel.
Thank you so much.
If you just quickly introduce yourself and
I'm
Yeah.
Laurel Lemke, and I helped found the Grave Concerns Association in 2000. And
very good. Tell us a little bit about your application request this year.
so our application request this year is we are currently halfway through a capital grant, putting in 90 markers at a time. So we have like about 80 applicants with at like 80 positions. And we now are using side cutters, so we get work done in like an hour and a half. And we've had people come from Arizona and Portland and state to see the numbers. Presentation. What we were thinking we would be able to get the lodging tax if done this year and have a larger celebration. What we're trying to do is have those wreaths, Christmas wreaths that they put down on the boat.
Can you turn your mic on real quick, Laurel? Yeah, it's got to press the button so it turns red there. There we go.
Okay. So this is our first slide. We can go to the second slide. And so that's about our organization. And we have a genealogical database. We're using a capital grant. And we have volunteers from many different organizations that come. This year, we were actually selected by the Stephen Cohn Clinic in Lakewood to do a special event, and they brought Seahawks there too. So we had Seahawks dancers, and the Boeing company was there as well. So a lot of publicity there. Next slide. So, and then, so this is what we're basically doing, is restoring the markers there, and we build awareness and respect for persons living with mental health challenges. So we also go to conferences that are mental health conferences and present about what we're doing. We can do the next slide. So the way we used the lodging tax grant this year was we were at the welcome event. We also produced a list of the people who are African-American, especially that are in the cemetery. We'll be doing one about people who are military. We were at the Tacoma Cemetery Tour, which was by the Tacoma Historical Society. Been at the Farmers Market once this year. We were at Summerfest, a Hope and Bloom event, Peer Pathways Conference. We also presented to the PEO, and we're available to speak to other organizations. That picture up there was at Point Ruston, which was able to get some information to people on another side of the city. Next slide. Okay, so one of the things we've been able to do is we have a newsletter that is put out monthly that is done by a marketer. We've had a work sign party. We have a sign that's on the fence that tells people it's happening. Those are pictures of the Seahawks dancers there in the right, and they're wearing these garden gloves we made for people, these gardening gloves. We've had brochures, and then we were able to put an ad on, and we'll have it this fall at the Grand Cinema, and an ad in the Lakewood Playhouse. And we've had articles placed in the Suburban Times. Okay, so what we're asking, our grant would be $1,000 as administrative, $12,000 is for marketing promotion, $500 for travel to events. And we would hope that we will have the event, our markers in by the end of the year and have a special event. And again, if we have less money, then we don't spend as much money on marketing and less on the event.
So how many markers are left to place?
About 800, I think, at this point. So
How
we're
many
hoping to
total?
put like 90 in September, 90 in October, and then starting up again next April. And we may get them all done.
How many total graves are in the?
There were
Cemetery.
3,200 graves in
Wow.
the cemetery.
Mhm.
So we had put in about 2,000 at the time we applied for the capital grant.
And remind me what the source of the historical information was when you saw a number on one of the gravestones in number 1, 2, 3, 4. How did you
Yeah.
find the name
Well,
associated?
what it was is the city of Lakewood, the state, the
Mhm.
hospital had a list that was chronological and a list that was alphabetical. And we did a database. So anyway, it didn't make very much sense but then we got help from the city of Lakewood GIS manager, and we made a map. So we're able to map out where the markers are.
Great, okay. Very good. Any questions?
No.
Any questions?
One more slide that says thank you, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
And if you're interested, I have pens or if you like anything.
I'll take one of the little flyers. I
Okay.
don't think I need a pen, but thank you.
And we just really, we really appreciate the lodging tax, which allows us to just do things, you know? And we are really a grassroots organization. We go out to a lot of places and sell things, you know.
Mhm.
And then we partner every year with Tri-State Church. Oh, you've got snacks up here. huh?
Yeah, something. Do you, as long as I'm asking on the microphone here, you're not at the mic there yet, but and maybe this is a question for Walter too. You coordinate the events or educational opportunities with the Historic Fort Steilacoom Association because they kind of dovetail a little bit.
Well, we had been meeting there because of the, but because we can no longer park nearby and we have people who can't walk, we're not meeting there. But we have had I'm on the board of both, so that's a cross tie there. We also, we have put our literature there at Historic Fort Steilacoom. And we were there at the event where we just installed the new sign.
Okay, well, very good. Well, thank you again.
Thank you. Pardon? I'd be glad to bring more over.
Okay, next we have Historic Fort Steilacoom Association and Mr. Walter Neary.
Oh, and I could also say that when we were at Summerfest, we were at the booth with the Lakewood Historical Society.
Great.
So we're always pollination.
Cross-pollination is good when we have limited funds. Mr. Neary, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Walter Neary. I should add Laurel is one of the most valuable board members of Historic Fort Steilacoom, and we all, great concerns. Will often has a presence at events. She arranged our speaker for our annual meeting on October 19th. A gentleman, a member of a local tribe who went blind in his 50s, and he talks about the transformation and how that relates to Native American spirituality. We wouldn't have had that program without Laurel. So much respect. Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Historic Fort Steilacoom Association. Two things real quick. I am not Joe Lewis. I'm going to acknowledge that. I'm sorry. Joe loved being here, loved doing this. When he turned 80, we told him it was okay to retire. His wife was very happy about that, but I apologize for not being Joe. You will sense the unevenness of being new to this. The advantage of being new to this, you get a lot of repeat applicants, I'm sure. I feel like I can tell you with confidence that your staff's great. The staff team that works on this stuff, You know, I can see what they're doing behind the scenes. I found out how helpful they were with questions and other things. They really represent the city well. So, you know, kudos to that whole team. And just as a quote outside or unquote, I'll tell you as a new guy, they were great. The mission of the Historic Fort Steilacoom Association is to present a pioneer and Civil War era fort to the world and maintain it. We're the only first fort of our kind in the United States that is maintained entirely by volunteers. We are certainly the only first fort in the United States whose landlord is a mental hospital.
Yeah.
So we really depend on partners, and the lodging tax has been incredibly valuable. Your allocations have been incredibly valuable and have benefited all of us in ways that I'll get into. This year, the fort's requesting $12,000 to support marketing and promotion efforts. We have consistently used these funds to promote Lakewood as a heritage tourism destination with an increasing emphasis on the U.S. Civil War. We put 4 Facebook posts up about in a new series called Today in History, where we present what happened to people who were at Fort Steilacoom and what they did in later life. 3 of those posts had to do with the Civil War. One of those posts had to do with the guy who wrote Robert's Rules of Order. Yes, the guy who wrote Robert's Rules of Order lived in Lakewood for a little while. The posts about the Civil War received respectively 1,900 likes, 650 likes, and 1,800 likes. The post about the gentleman who wrote Robert's Rules of Order and built a fortification during the Pig War got 42 likes. And I think that tells me that there's a lot of interest in the Civil War and there's a lot of runway. A couple months ago, I gave a tour to a couple from Vermont. They, like increasingly numbers of people, were doing online searches. They're looking for historic destinations. And they said, we hear that there's a Civil War site in Washington. How could that be? How would that work? And so it was really exciting to tell them some of those stories. We're seeing, you know, increasing interest. As I noted in the application, certainly most of our visitors are within driving distance. But we did get visitors who originated from places like Scotland, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Hawaii, and the District of Columbia. I'd love to tell you somebody got in their plane in Japan just to come to Lakewood. That's not really true, but we were part of the destination that drew them because they recognize we're a nationally significant site. I don't want to brag, but thanks to your allocation, we've gotten pretty good at targeting Facebook advertising to the people who are most likely going to be interested in the fort. And the way we know that is we're selling out pretty much everything. And we also know from the comments that we're reaching the right people who are interested in history. Because if you just circulate to the entire world, number one, you're wasting dollars. Number two, you start to get people who don't think much of the United States Army. And I hate to say that, but there are Americans who feel that way. And we don't want to market to them because that's a waste of time. So we've gotten very good at targeting people who are interested in history, have pride in the military. As I noted in the application, we had hoped for 650 visitors last year. We got 703. And that's largely because of, well, pretty much entirely because of the paid advertising we were able to purchase. By the way, staff told me that almost everybody brings a presentation, and I thought about that, but like 15 minutes, I just want eye contact. But next year I'll come with better photos. I could have done that. They told me, but I just want to talk to you. It's nice to have somebody to talk to. Yeah, there we go.
Is that a historic bedroom?
That is the kind of bed that the people from Japan slept in, I'm pretty sure, when they came here. We do collaborate, of course, with other organizations. I always appreciate it when the chamber shares because, that's a different kind of reach. And we are still a best kept secret. We are in the rain show out of a mental hospital. It takes repeated exposure for people to understand what kind of site we are. And I'm really proud over the last couple of years, we've had increasing partnerships with the Steilacoom and Nisqually tribes. At a recent sign dedication where we dedicated a sign that you folks helped us create so that people would know what they were seeing. Kind of basic thing. We had a representative from the Nisqually tribe show up. Councilmember Pearson was there. It was a great example of synergies. Your allocation gives our all-volunteer organization a fighting chance at becoming a player in national tourism. We hope to do more of it. And I would be, and I should mention, just again, because this is all about that advertising, what we saw, is getting better year to year is that our content interactions on Facebook increased 98% first 8 months of 2004 to 2005. And actually one form of engagement, clicks on links, increase 20%. So we think we're on the right course, but I would love questions and feedback.
I have a question not related to marketing per se, but capital. So I know in the last couple of years, we talked about transfer of ownership from DSHS or the state to Lakewood. You know, kind of where we are in that conversation?
I know that the folks at DSHS, the grounds crew, have been operating on the assumption that there will be a transfer. They've been trying to clean up some of the plumbing and some of the other things. I think you know what we're working with DSHS, and that's really all I can say. I don't know where that's at. I think they do appreciate hearing from you more than from me because I'm the whiny tenant. I should say the stately, dignified tenant, but we usually come to them asking things. So I hope the city continues that. It would be nice to have a landlord that cares.
Right.
DSHS does their best, but they are a social services agency. It's really not fair to ask them to get into Parks and Rec.
So if we did down the road finally get the transfer of ownership like we did with Fort Steilacoom Park, what might be, just forecasting ahead, some of the capital needs that you might come to lodging tax for down the road? Because it has to be a city-owned facility.
Yeah. I think it's hard to say because once we have a stable owner, we can apply for grants.
Right.
And so we really should take a shot at that. One of the disadvantages Fort Steilacoom faces now is that we are on a lease with DSHS, and granting agencies don't particularly want to give you a loan for a building you don't own. So if we were able to co-submit an application for, state grants, county grants.
I'm thinking, what would the needs be though? Physical structure wise?
The first priorities would be ramps for handicapped access. I can assure you, thanks to the allocation in memory of Senator Mike Carroll, the state has given us roofs. And so I really don't think there's a huge outlay for another 20, 30 years.
Oh, okay, great.
We do have concerns about how the foundations are settling and stability, and we're going to be working with an architect to try to get, there's always these little mysterious cracks you get in 170-year-old buildings, but there's nothing, urgent. And I think that's important to tell your parks people because we are not intending to be needy. We just want an owner, and when I say cares, an owner dedicated to Parks and Rec. DSHS, it's really unfair to ask DSHS to administer the 4 oldest buildings in Washington still grouped together. That's not their thing.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, I don't think it's not an we could use there's a porch that's getting a little rickety, things like that.
Still running water in there or no? Is there running water and such?
Well, that's part of what they're trying to figure out because back in the old days of plumbing, they're not entirely sure what's connected to the irrigation system. So that's wwane we have signs in our restrooms that say, please drink bottled water. They're trying to clean that up. Yeah. But I think they're going to be required to go on Lakewood water, so that should take care of it. There really won't be, and I know we gave a tour to the city, and people were a little worried about, these buildings look old. Well, they're 170 years old, of course they look old, but we have roofs. Other than the settling issues, and I can't lie, that could be a thing. But we are committed to apply for grants. That's okay. I think this is not, we're not turning the city out of desperation. It's because y'all are a great partner.
Yep. Well, very good. I just didn't want to take us on too far of a detour, but I am curious as we head into the next season. So any other questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Good to see you. So. Excellent. So we're going to jump schedule a little bit and we'll move to visit Tacoma Pierce County as one of the applicants. And Dean, I think you're up.
Can I sit here? Do I need to move?
You can sit right there.
Okay. Are you going to leave it on that view or are you leaving it on that view? Or are you going to? I mean, it doesn't, I'm just curious.
You can kind of encourage your next slide.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and advance it whenever you're ready. All right. Okay. And there's a couple animations there you can click through. So just some rehash of us. I'll make this as short as possible. You know who we are. We are your DMO countywide. We are a year-round countywide organization, so we market all 365 days a year, serving all of the LTAC and TPA cities across Pierce County. That's about 9 that contribute to those things collectively. We're based in Tacoma and downtown in the convention center, and our 3 main pillars of business are conventions and meetings, sports, and leisure travel. We use a very strict ROI formula for how we conduct our business based on the generation of hotel room nights, using an average daily rate of $125. This is agreed upon by the county at the county LTAC and county TPA level. It's the North Star that we use in all of our work, all of our applications. So, and that reason we use that is it's the highest bar to set. So even in situations like a Puyallup or Lakewood LTAC or Fife or Gig Harbor, where that metric isn't necessarily the rule, it is the harder rule. So we apply it to everything. So across the platform, across our entire budget and our return for the year, we book over 200,000 room nights countywide. It's almost a $6 ROI based on that formula itself. So it's excellent. So the threshold for the county level is $2 on that. So we're just under a few cents under 6. So we confirm that those are trackable. That's through bookings of the products that we bring. 2/3 of what we do is group business bookings, and then the leisure section is what it is. It's targeting individual leisure people and tracking that back through. So you can keep clicking through there. So go ahead and do that. So of course, our big focus is visitors outside of 50 miles. We actually set the radius to 100 in most cases. The only times we really bring it back within 50 is if we're targeting something like next year for World Cup. We'll be doing a lot of targeting in Seattle, which is only 35 miles away, but we're going to be specifically targeting people who have come in for that, who are obviously from much further away than that. So, so there's that. Go ahead and click. Quick look at the ecosystem. We're about 6,500 hotel rooms across the county, about 3,300 short-term rentals, Airbnbs and such. Mentioned this before, in 2019, the short-term rentals, there were about 300 of them. And here we are 7 years later, we're at 3,300. So big change there. Hotel room count.
Do they pay lodging tax?
They do. They pay, lodging tax. Yeah, they sure do. Yep. And they're the biggest contributor to the countywide LTAC because their average daily rate is so high because LTAC is a % of a room rate. So the hotel room count is actually down to about 6,400 right now. And that's down about 1,400 rooms that we have lost in just the less than 2 years. That is rooms in Fife, Hosmer, and parts of Lakewood that have converted to low-income housing or other instances. While those rooms were definitely not what we call tourism facing, obviously they were very different classrooms. They did contribute to the financial ecosystem of it. So there have been some impacts to budgets because of that. And then as we try to stabilize in that post transition and then kind of deal with some of the things that are happening nationally with regard to tourism, it's, well, you see it in the LTAC dollars here today, very, very flat year over year. Go ahead and click. And so we're about 1.7 million rooms sold. It's total across the whole county here is what happens in the county. It's about $200 million that it makes. And that has, according to Tourism Economics and Dean Running, about a $1.8 billion impact on the region for tourism. Go ahead and click. Some notes on us here, our core segments. So in our conventions and meetings segment, we are breaking 50,000 room nights now on blocks from that. That's excellent. That's up when I began and before we had some of the new inventory that we picked up in the last few years. That number was about 26,000. So we're almost double now. So that's going really well. And that's forcing that it's doing what the promise is and it's creating more compressions in outside of the area. So it's booking about another 40,000 room nights into other meeting spaces spread out across the county, things like McGavick or the fair or, other spaces. So sports, continues to hold quite well with some of the core pieces that we've been growing over the last number of years still continuing to grow. So we work with about 60 events. Just to note that the biggest weekend in sports in Pierce County is President's Day weekend. It's about 50,000 people over 4 concurrent events, and it makes over 15,000 room nights. So it's strong, and it hits everybody. It hits multiple venues, and particularly the core hotel markets of Tacoma, Lakewood, and Puyallup.
What are the sports that are going on?
There's wrestling, there's volleyball, there's gymnastics, and yeah, so that's across those. The gymnastics one is the biggest one now. So there are 11,000 USA Gymnastics certified events in the United States, and we now have the 9th biggest one.
Wow.
And when we started that event, it was a few hundred participants. It was a one-day event. It was a regional event. Now it carries 36 states of athletes, over 4,800 athletes. So it's exciting. Go ahead and click. So our leisure segment has been growing considerably as well. Thank technology as we've grown through that over time. It's always been the most contentious area in tourism marketing. You know, how do you prove what you got? But that landscape has completely changed. So how we market out to people and how we follow that back into a result that it showed up as a booked room night is getting us north of 70,000 rooms now. Go ahead and click, and that was my last slide. So I didn't put in there, but I spoke briefly about it. Next year is, of course, World Cup in Seattle, and we're tracking that carefully. It's hard to summarize because there's a lot of content in there. I just sent a newsletter out yesterday that has the most amount of new data that we've had yet put in there. In high bullet points, the FIFA calls for Seattle to have about 750,000 people attend. That's made up of about 420,000 tickets to be sold. And then the balance of that are people that we just call energy seekers that are coming to be part of the activity and pick up opportunities as they can. The basic FIFA metric for all tier 1 host cities is it's about 2 times what the ticket count is for most cities. It's a hard one to forecast because no 2 World Cups are the same. And there's never been one like this, both in a number of games and the footprint. You know, when it was in Qatar last, it was only 30 minutes between all the venues. You could drive to all of them. And now we're in 3 countries across a continent, 16 cities. So it's a very different dynamic, but it should prove well. Deloitte, we published in the report yesterday, Deloitte's findings as they recommended to Airbnb, suggesting that Seattle, of the 750,000 attendees, 149,000 of them will be seeking lodging and will represent about 920,000 room nights across the 22-day period. Between Snohomish, King, and Pierce County, there's about 57,000 rooms daily. So even the earliest napkin sketches hold on this. It'll be flat to about 2% increase in volume, but as much as 25% increase in revenue. This is what this is a very, very expensive event. Tacoma will have a fan zone. Details on that are still pending to be announced, but there is ongoing collaboration with the Puyallup Tribe of Indians because they are the host title sponsor of the Seattle Games. And because of that, because they're based in Tacoma, that does bring contractual rights and obligations their way that are part of the fan zone experience and what that'll look like. Our job in supporting that will be largely about moving people in and out from the fan zone into the county and to places like Lakewood and Tacoma and Puyallup and the mountain, all the key assets areas that we'll be pushing people in and out of. So so transit and opportunities. So we'll be doing things like, for example, we're creating custom glass pieces of art that will be hiding throughout the county, sort of like Tacoma's Monkey Shines. They'll be hidden at key asset places to drive people in between there. And the incentive is, as they find them, they can take those back to the fan zone for rewards. They don't cash them in and have a serial number. They'll check them in, but they'll have an incentive to go back and forth. And so that'll be exciting. The tribe has some very exciting activations planned throughout the World Cup, notably the powwow and an event called the Bone Games, which will be very large. They'll probably baseline start at 12,000 attendees each on those. So it'll be interesting. The fan zone concept, just a quick note on that, is that Seattle, this is something that Seattle local organizing committee created. Fan zones are not a FIFA product. They've never been done in any other World Cup, and they're not going to be done in any other World Cup in 2026. This is exclusive to Washington. What these are is a chance to bring the games to 83% of the state population for free. Seattle, of course, is the host, and in Seattle, they will have a place called Fan Fest, which is like an Olympic festival zone. This is all contained in downtown, but then 9 other cities around the state have been invited to participate, given viewing rights and things to broadcast the games and make them accessible to people. So it invites the whole state to participate.
Like a big screen TV.
Yeah, big
field or
screens
something.
and vendors and things like this, and they'll show these games during the matches. Seattle will have 6 matches of the 104 games. So. No, that's the quick summary.
Well, yeah. It's gonna be a big to-do. In my other hat, I'm the chair of the Pierce Transit Board of Commissioners, and so we're chatting about how we're gonna move that many people around the South Sound area, specifically Tacoma, Pierce County, right? In addition to the Seattle stuff, and it's gonna be a big lift. The economic impact, have you guys kind of noodled over just what Pierce County's economic impact could be based upon the rooms available and the
it's-
Airbnb nights?
We're the only one we can really anchor to is the room night base. The rest of it's just still too nebulous. We just saw today's Friday, so it was just last Friday that we saw this Deloitte forecast, and that was a moment we've been waiting on. FIFA keeps saying 750,000 people, but
Right.
no one had a clue what the makeup of that was going to be.
Mhm.
We really still kind of don't, but Deloitte, they're pretty good at this. So, for them to come back and they broke it down by market. You can see the report, by the way, you have a
Mhm.
copy of it. And I reckon, and it shows it by city. It's not in this, but you got it in your email otherwise from me. So
Okay.
I do recommend you take a look at it because it'll help you on the Pierce County transit part as well. But just getting to the idea that 149,000 of those people will be the traveling segment, that helps. But we're forecasting kind of wide margins right now, anywhere between 8,000 and as low as 8,000 and as high as 30,000 room nights.
Wow.
So that's where that is at the moment. People will be looking for lower rates coming out this far. That's part of it. So
Absolutely.
the rates will be higher than normal. We also, in last month's newsletter published that as well, what our forecast was on that. I don't have it in my memory at the moment, but looking at, again, just the shifts in revenue, it's a revenue driver more than anything.
Mhm.
So, I mean, VIP seats to games right now, which is the only thing available to purchase at this moment, range from $6,000 to $25,000 a seat. So
Is that per game or for the?
per game.
Per
Yeah,
game,
so
wow.
it depends on, where you're sitting and what you're doing, but, and then quite a few of those have already gone to the secondary market for resale, and some of them are, the on-field seats are $1 million in secondary, so it's crazy.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a different.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
What is your organization's total operating budget for the year?
About 4.3. We're flat.
4.3?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's actually, we're down in revenue from income because of the loss of rooms and inflation issues, but we're keeping it flat by going into our reserves this year. So
Got
so
it.
that
Okay.
we stay up for World Cup.
So hopefully you'll get a bump next year with the
Yeah, I hope so.
World Cup. Yeah. Any questions? Did you want to ask a question of yourself? No? No? Okay, just checking. Very good. Well, then we have Lakewood Gardens, which is next, or Asia Pacific Cultural Center, if we have a rep here. Do you know, Dana? Not yet? We can do Linda. Lovely Linda from the Lakewood Chamber of Commerce.
See if I can swivel here. Dean, Mayor, thank you so very much for allowing me to present this morning. I'm Linda Smith with the Lakewood Chamber of Commerce, longtime resident. And I am here to request funding for 2026. Next slide. Our objectives are to stay focused on individual consumer travel through 2026 and continue to serve as Lakewood's lead DMO, a destination marketing organization, focusing on individual and family travelers driving to Lakewood to overnight shop, dine, and tour the area through combined efforts of our lodging, restaurants, attractions, and retailers. Lakewood offers the ideal getaway destination that offers a good stretch of value for the dollar, encouraging hub and spoke tours. We'll continue to offer more reasons for the visiting public to extend their stay. Our focus market is Seattle North, Eastern Washington, Idaho, and Portland South. And of course, preparations for FIFA World Cup visitors is top of mind. Next slide. So inflation is tough, but people continue to travel, more frequent and shorter trips. And so we anticipate individual travelers will take these kinds of road trips into 2026. So we would like to continue maintaining the operations of our Visitor Information Center, which is open 7 days a week, create and distribute print materials offering information on lodging, attractions, dining, drive tours, and events. Let me pass these along to you. We'd also like to maintain online information and inventory of tourism-related info onto our website. And actually, we have a secondary website that I would like to talk about in a few minutes. Tourism promotions through social media, Facebook, X, and YouTube, and produce additional series of Live Like a Local, tourism destination videos and commercials to air on cable channels with printable online drive tour itineraries. We'd like to produce Lakewood's Best Kept Secrets videos, an online guide, and support umbrella organizations such as Tacoma Pierce County Tourism Authority and local attractions and services. Next slide. There's our Visitor Information Center, open 7 days a week. We have served 902 visitors to date, a little flat this year. Next slide. So inside our VIC, we've got brochures, maps, online assistance, and personal recommendations that's provided by our helpful staff. And we also have a video travelogue that features pretty enticing images of local attractions and businesses. Next slide. And of course, you have your the brochures in front of you. We're still waiting on our lodging guide. We just went into reprint on that. Next slide. And then our website, January through August, you can see the numbers. We've had over 81,000 unique visitors, 139,000 visits, over 589,000 pages have been visited, and then our hits. So the average visits per month is about 10,143. And then we have our website attractions and services inventory, and that's exactly what it is. It's an inventory of all of the things that you can visit, see, and do in Lakewood. Over 18,000 individual searches this year. Next slide. And there's our attractions and services page that's broken down. So for instance, we have American Lake Park, we have descriptions, we also have hyperlinks to that. The address, hours, and then Google reviews so that people can go online and post their own reviews. So it's a great basis of detailed information about our community. Our new website that we have kicked off this year is called See Lakewood, and it is more of a digital magazine, and it's got great stories, great information in it, lots more, I guess, pretty visuals. Yeah. Next slide, please. It also is a great mapping source, and it's a wonderful way to find out where local restaurants, shops, and services are located. Next slide. We also have fun blogs and stories about Lakewood. So This particular article is about notable celebrities who have lived, played, or worked in Lakewood. And some of them are famous and some of them are infamous. So it's a great read. And then, of course, we do restaurant reviews. And we encourage our readers to also write their own reviews to submit. And of course, we screen, but we love to add articles that other people write about their experiences at our local restaurants. Next slide. Tourism promotion is what we love to do. We do some digital advertising on cable and place those ads, of course, outside of our community. And we just got done with our summer advertising campaign. Next slide. That's one of our commercials. And we started running 15-second commercials, and it seems to be as equally as effective as our 30-second commercials. Next slide. And then we do drive tours for all of the different seasons. This one was for our summer drive tour. We had over 2,000 visits for this particular publication. Next slide. And then, of course, we have our membership directory and visitor guide. Next slide. Another fun thing that we do is a foodie road trip. We seem to get a lot of hits on that. People love to eat. And we have great restaurants in our community. Next
Does
slide.
your dining guide have all of the restaurants or just featured? Okay,
Just featured.
okay.
And then our 2026 concept is going to be more foodie focused tours. Next slide. And that is it. Any questions?
Dean?
Just looks like this, I was just looking back at last year's sheets on this. Looks like you just bundled everything under one application this year.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
And what do you seek to do this year differently from last on the increase request?
Pretty much it's just keeping up with the cost of doing business.
Again, on the dining guide, these are featured. So do members of the chamber then get featured in here? Is that kind of how that works, or
Members get featured, but we also include
others?
others, yes.
Okay. Got it. Heard the other day the Adriatic may be closing. Did you hear that yet?
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
that would be a huge heartbreak.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well,
Just one last thing.
Yeah, please.
Just a recommendation I would share with you on these, on printing
Yes.
event calendars and especially dining guides.
Yeah.
These are both hyper perishable information,
Mm.
and it's also hard to get to, by the time your print cutoff is and stuff like that. Throw a QR code in there so that you have because digital is easy to update. Yeah,
Everything's digital, and so that is the most recent information that you're going to get is if you go online.
Yeah, just put that QR code on.
We
here so
still
people can
have
flash it.
requests for paper.
Yeah,
It's odd, but we
Could
do.
you put a QR code on these? That sounds like a good
We
idea.
could put a QR code on it.
it's helpful. We do
it's
it,
a good
because we
idea.
print too, and then, but a lot of times by the time it prints, things are missing or updated or whatever. And so we just tell people this was relevant when it printed.
That's
Be
a
sure
good
to check
idea.
online.
Great
Yeah,
idea.
it's helpful. So, yeah.
Thank you. That's
You mentioned you're having a
certainly easy
lodging
enough to
guide.
do.
You're
Yes.
doing a lodging guide?
Yes.
And I'm wondering if with the 2026 FIFA
Mhm.
World Cup thing, whether economic development in Lakewood could work with you to enhance that with the Airbnb folks that we have.
Absolutely.
That might be a good thing for people looking, to have a one-stop shop for that,
Absolutely.
because it helps everyone with the lodging tax.
A lot of them are really well hidden.
Well, it was interesting. I was talking to a friend of mine this morning at the gym who has a couple of Airbnbs
Mhm.
here, and he said they were completely full all summer. I said, who the heck is coming to an Airbnb off of Nyanza, in Lakewood? It's people visiting the base, visiting family, taking care of folks, coming to the mountain, generally just taking a break from wherever they may live,
Right.
for an overnight. So it's interesting.
Well, there's one, the Dakota Inn, used to be an
Right.
old apartment complex.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I discovered that they have room rentals upstairs.
Oh, that's
Well, they're-
great.
They're on the lake.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can build a campfire out in the back.
Mhm.
So it's a completely different experience
Different
from a
experience.
hotel.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just,
That may
and
be
I just
something for us to
discovered
work on
that.
together.
yes, absolutely. I would love
Because that
to.
would enhance the
Love to get a
offerings, because we
great
want to pull
inventory.
people
Yeah.
from the north to the south as much as we can for the World Cup.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you for that.
Any other questions? No? Okay,
That's
thank
it.
you.
Yeah, thank you. So that takes care of the chamber. We are zipping, which I love to zip. So I see Scott Williams out there. Is he here for? Let's do it.
I sent it to Dana. I don't know what
Okay.
you're looking at in there.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after a brief recess and we are juggling a few of the presenters based upon timing of appearance. Next, we have Scott Williams with the City of Lakewood, or on behalf of, I guess you are here on behalf of the city, not Partners for Parks per se, right?
On behalf of the city.
Very good, sir. Okay. Go ahead.
All right, well, thank you for having me. My name's Scott Williams. I'm the interim Parks, Recreation and Community Services Director for the city. And I appreciate the opportunity for being here and presenting on the H-Barn project at Fort Steilacoom Park. Next slide. So the goals for this project are to celebrate the rich history of this area by restoring the 120-year-old iconic community landmark within Fort Steilacoom Park. This will create a thriving destination space to support large and multi-day events and generate tourism and economic impact in Lakewood. Next. In case anyone isn't familiar with the history of this area, Lakewood was once a large area of lakes and prairies used for over 10,000 years by the indigenous peoples to hunt, gather, and celebrate. The red circle is where the H-Barn is located within Fort Steilacoom Park. That's a larger view of the region, but Fort Steilacoom is Steilacoom Boulevard on the north, and then kind of the bank of trees on the south there, so right and left, and the field areas. So large area that we're looking at, but focusing on the H-Barn. Next. Fort Steilacoom Park has a rich farming history that dates all the way back to the 1800s with the Hudson Bay Company, and then was more well-known for the farming during the operations that supported Western State Hospital, where they grew their food that supported the patients and the staff at Western State Hospital. If you go in the park, you can see the remnants of that throughout the park and in many different places, including the H-Barn. Next. This is the current condition. As you drive out to the park today, this is what the barn would look like. And if you go to the next one, this is what we're anticipating after full build out, what the H-Barn would look like, keeping the old charm of, you know, the history of the building, but renovating it into a modern, usable space for occupied use. And then here's the back of the barn in its current state. The two silos there you saw in the earlier picture that had the history, the black and white photo. Those are the same silos that stand today. And then what we're looking at is, again, with the renovation, next slide, please, is doing a full 360 renovation on the building, including the back, would provide indoor as well as outdoor space, where the silo areas would be a plaza area to host outdoor events, as well as tied into the indoor space. You can see there's some doors on the side facing the plaza, and that mirrors that on the other side of the H-Barn as well. So both sides are accessible to the plaza. Okay. This is the proposed floor plan for full build out. And as you can see, there's many different spaces in there. The two gray circles represent the silos to kind of give you an orientation. So on the north wing, which is on the top of the slide, there's a smaller event space as well as a classroom space. Then with any building, you have to have storage, some of your mechanical spaces. The middle space there is a new structure that will be built to support many of the new functions, the restrooms. There's a conference room, the kitchen, warming kitchen, not a full commercial kitchen. And then the south side is fully opened for a large event gathering space. And next. So this is the current, if you were to open up those barn doors, this is what you would see inside one of the H barn wings. You see the lowered ceiling there with the beams and posts that kind of divide the space, and then you have open space on the outside of that. If you go to the next slide, you'll see kind of what the proposed, by lifting that ceiling up, opening up that center section, you really open the space up and create a very attractive view of what the space could be, while this rendering just kind of shows how the space could be used for a wedding event or a gathering. And there you can also see the doors that open up to the plaza for that mixed use space. All right. So when complete, the barn could be used for public and private events, as well as multi-generational programs, multi-day tournaments, competitions, meetings, and events. We regularly get asked about large event or by large event planners for indoor space to support many logistical needs and uses needed for large regional events. And what I mean by that is, for instance, we had a cyclocross event. They needed space for preparing food. They needed respite space for their organizers and people that were running the event. They needed space for logistical things like they ran the event on ESPN internet, not TV, but the internet. So they needed that IT support space. So we figured that out, but it would be much easier if we have an event or a space like the H barn to provide that. The restored barn, along with the various park facilities and amenities, would provide the necessary space for current programs and events, as well as become an incentive for new regional and statewide competitions, tournaments, races, trade shows, summits, conferences, and events. City Council will soon be discussing the project and potential phasing based on our available resources. Next slide. So we understand that this grant is to create tourism. We are sure that when the barn is improved, it will increase hotel stays and local shopping and support the regional and local businesses. This will bring people into Lakewood for longer stays, generating positive economic impact in the sale of fuel, supplies, goods, and services. And the last slide. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to clarify anything and answer any questions you have about the application. And just one little point of this, this was actually a wedding this summer that was not a pop-up wedding, but the bride grew up in the park, not in the park, but coming to the park. She did cross country, and she wanted to have her wedding at the barn, which says a lot about the potential of what this facility could do. And I believe there were around 250 folks at that event. Yeah.
How many can you seat in the two wings? Go back to the schematic.
On the small event space, there is table seating is about 128, and the large space is about 260.
In the large side, that's pretty good size.
Yeah, and then the classroom, if you also include the classroom space, that adds about another 50. If you're doing tables, if the classroom is set up in rows of chairs, that number would go up.
AV stuff eventually will be planned for the classroom and the other type.
Yes, that would all be part of
Part
what you're
parcel
going
to it.
you'll be discussing that.
Yeah. Okay, questions?
Comment, not question. This is such an excellent use of LTAC dollars. This is the kind of thing I get super excited about regionally, because this creates so much new opportunity for new programming, for new things to appear in future LTAC ask, and this is the right kind of thing. You nailed it, of course, with all the cyclocross stuff. We know this well, and the needs and that how that's going to scale into other events. So I'm really excited about this. I will say, I think you're going to have a programming, like get ahead of the programming challenge now, like meaning allocate how much local use you're going to use. Think about how much regional or national time you're going to use. Otherwise, it'll be 365 days of weddings a year, which, revenue wise is fine. But, if for it to get that bigger draw to those bigger events and things that are going to bring in, this kind of thing will eat up all your hyper local bandwidth with that quickly. So you just think about it ahead a little bit, there's a little bit of juggling space. I mean, we see that replicated in a lot of other venues as well. So what happens is they get so deep with local bookings, they forget it's hard to unwind that problem. So I just recommend you think about it ahead of time as you get to this, but this is super fantastic. Really excited for the future of this. And this will have impacts that I think will create tipping points for things like Colonial Plaza and such, in terms of making gravity that elevates. So yeah, great job on this.
Thank you.
Can I pull some of that out for you a little bit? Because this is really helpful for me to hear. Because I can tell you there's a little reticence on the council because of the estimated cost that we're getting back. So we were contemplating arguably a few years ago, 7.5, 8 million. Partners for Parks is trying to raise about 3.5. The council was roughly committed to about the balance of 4. And then we got a swag of cost structure back, and it's 14 million?
Yeah,
So
the full build out as it is proposed is roughly about 14.
Yeah, that makes
Right.
sense.
Which is a lot.
Yeah.
And maybe with some value engineering, it could come down 10, 11. We don't know yet. We're looking at that. But the thing that would help me, and I don't want to oversell, but the thing that would help me sell the concept to council is to hear exactly what you indicated. That, I mean, the council needs to hear the value of bringing a product like this to fruition.
Yeah, I'm happy to do whatever I can with that. And this is, the heartburn around the Capitol and this is what happens with historical sites like this. They're a big lift to renovate and to tip into this. But when done right, it'll pay off, in the long run for sure. You couldn't do it from the ground up and make it any better, if it was a blank slate. And
maybe cheaper, who knows? Scrape it.
I don't even know.
Hard
I
to
mean,
say,
it's hard to say after, it's all done. We just, one that went sideways was recently in Sumner, the Ryan House project. What happens was they got in there and they realized that the place was built so poorly they couldn't renovate.
It wasn't salvageable.
Yeah, and they had gotten in deep, but something like this has got, a lot of good structure in it. It's exciting, but this is I think you're going to see a tremendous amount of demand on the facility. I think it's going to come down to how you want to divide that demand and make it equitable for everybody. Again, just from that, using a wedding is the most localized aspect of it, which is great. You want everybody to have a good wedding and have a good experience there, but they're not going to want to have a wedding on the same day as a cross country or cyclocross event,
Right.
And
Maybe on the same day, but at different times in the day.
probably not, but
never know,
yeah, but and I think
cross country kids are getting married.
yeah, this is going to create opportunity that you don't know about yet. Is one of the other things with this, and that's the kind of thing you can be sure of on this, and because of the park itself is such a unique footprint, the size of it, the capacity of it, the parking, all the use of it. So just adding structure to this, we already saw it. Just adding what has been done, the existing structure, the pavilion and such.
And we're doing some surface parking improvements just on the other side of it, right? For the ADA improvements.
Yeah, as a separate project in 2026,
Yep.
there'll be an additional parking lot added.
How many slots are we looking to create on that?
It's gonna create roughly about 16-ish ADA stalls and then about 45 regular stalls.
This also does a tremendous amount for shoulder season which is really in tourism, the biggest need
Mm.
always, right? You have this big spike between Memorial Day and Labor Day. That's natural in the Pacific Northwest, but once, especially on the November to May side of the fence,
Oh, interesting.
you know, and having indoor spaces that can be programmed well and have got this kind of charm and culture, is, you know, you're gonna get a lot. This isn't just something that's gonna, you know, amplify activity at Summerfest. That's a one-day event in the middle of peak season. It's hard to elevate from that, but, you know, being able to now create something that's happening in, you know, February, you know, when things are a little rougher, yeah, this is
Even indoor farmers markets, people have talked about the opportunity to do kind of the
Yeah.
night market indoor stuff during that shoulder season, inclement weather.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have the luxury of having markets compete for this space. And so
Interesting.
you'll be able to set the bar to say, you know, what you want so that you're not having just, you know, the first thing show up and be a low bar. You'll be able to drive this. So yeah, this is first class. This is really cool.
Very helpful. What do you think, Miss Local Chamber?
I'm equally as excited about
Are you?
it. And if
Okay.
there is any sort of word that Dean and I can put in for you, we'd be happy to address the
Yeah.
council. I understand the reticence, but I also understand the unique quality of what we have available here. And there have been an awful lot of people that have done some major fundraising over the years.
Right.
And I know that, you know, not only does the community believe in it, but I think that the council really needs to get behind this because this will be a destination venue. And, you know, as Dean was mentioning, this is not just for local weddings, and weddings are wonderful.
Right.
But, you know, we need to start looking at the portals and the timeframes where there are regional and national type of events where we can sit down and look at a calendar and start penciling out, you know, what types of business we could actually book for a place like this.
Well, and we do have a gap for, you know, I know it's not necessarily tourism related, but we do have a gap for our senior center currently, and that could fill in obviously some time
Indeed.
slots and usages and that kind of
Indeed.
thing, because
Yeah.
they need a place.
I mean, it's definitely multi-purpose. There's no doubt
Yeah.
about it. But when we start thinking about luring tourism dollars into the
Mhm.
community, that is going to be an incredible showpiece.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really, really helpful. So I know a little bit unrelated to my mission today, but I have another mission, as you
Okay.
know, which is running the council. When we have a study session coming up, I think you'll probably be there as
The
part of that.
15th, yes,
Can you make sure that these folks are invited,
absolutely.
please?
The 15th,
Of September,
September 15th.
would you mind? And then we can at least I'd like to have a little input and provide from the tourism perspective. I think that would be very, very helpful for council to hear.
Okay.
Well, very good. Well, thank you, Scott. I appreciate it. Any other questions of Mr. Williams on the proposal? Yeah,
How much?
it would be
So how much?
Starts at 6 PM.
6 PM. Yeah.
And I'm not sure the organization, if we run, because it's a study session and.
Yeah, we would
regular- do the
probably
regular
have
first.
the regular meeting first. And so you're probably talking 6:30-ish, 6:45-ish for the study session piece of it.
Is it 6:30?
Yeah, I would put it down for 6:30. That'd be very helpful, I think.
Okay. That sounds good.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your
$2
time.
million ask. So was there some method to the madness on the ask?
Was there method to the madness on the ask for the dollar amount?
Yeah.
I
Because
don't
we-
believe there was a madness to it. We're asking for the support for the construction side of the project.
You talked about phasing. We already know it's going to be 10+ million. So we have additional capital eventually available. Do you foresee a larger ask for some of the capital that's available in lodging tax for this project next year, or why not for this
Potentially
year?
next year.
Okay.
At this time, we will be further into permits and construction. At that point, we're looking at Q3
Okay.
is what we're hoping to get started on the construction
Of
of
26?
26.
Okay, very good.
Well, when I say starting construction, permits will be being reviewed. We'll have a better idea of what, the costs, what any of that would be generated.
Okay,
So coming back again at this time next year for additional support would be a
okay,
good idea.
very good. Very good. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. And it looks like we can jump back to the Asia Pacific Cultural Center. After Lakewood. Very good. All right. Thank you, Dana. Okay, Lakewood Gardens, you're next. Good to see you.
Justin Henderson, I'm the Executive Director of Lakewood Gardens.
Gotta hit the little button there, Justin. There you go.
Lakewood Gardens, Justin Henderson, I'm the Executive Director. Been there for just over a year now, and it's been a wonderful opportunity, and so thankful for what Lakewood brings to the table in terms of our funding. And I'll let my fellow introduce himself here.
Hi, my name is Neil Van Graan. I'm the Associate Director at Lakewood Gardens, basically overseeing a lot of the operations, events, festivals, and programming. I've been 3 years at Lakewood now. And yeah, it's been an amazing place. So I've been enjoying my work a lot. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so we have this 10-acre historical garden with a rich local legacy, and we really believe that it can and has been a world-class garden experience. That's our ultimate goal, is to create a real true destination that really represents the city of Lakewood well, that showcases our natural elements, as well as provides an opportunity for somebody to experience something on a much different level than most tourism opportunities present. We're the only nonprofit public garden in Pierce County. Excited to kind of hold the mantle in King County. There are several nonprofit public gardens that attract quite a bit of people, and we are the only ones here in the southern part and in Pierce County, so South Sound we're representing. Annually, we receive about 12,000 visitors a year, and that's related to our events that we put on, as well as just normal garden tourism, people coming to browse the gardens, as well as venue rentals. And we have a whole calendar of year-round events and happenings. Our goal essentially is to become really the strongest destination in our region. For instance, when you go to Victoria, Canada, BC, Butchart Gardens is really synonymous with Victoria tourism, and you see that all over the place. We have an incredible amount of potential. I think that we haven't nearly realized it. At one point, reading brochures and things from the past, we were one of the best known gardens on the Pacific Coast, and I would like to reinvigorate that kind of mentality. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so some exciting things that happened just this last year. Some of you might be familiar, we have this carriage house that is 120 years old. It's on the historical registry, and it was near collapsing, actually. One of the walls on the back was failing, and we had a grand plan to create this into a beautiful community center and to transform it to like an artist residency space. When I came in, I realized that those goals probably weren't very realistic in terms of the amount of cost that it would create. And it was quite a burden on the organization. And so now our emphasis is just restoring it. It's a beautiful building, and by itself, it has a lot of potential as a gift shop and a real destination. Our goal is that people would attend the gift shop, that they would come and they would say, I don't know, what do you think? Should we go browse through the garden? Because really the gift shop by itself, we really believe that it could become a huge draw. So we just got a brand new roof on it. And we replaced the failing wall. Now we're in the next phase, and the phase includes exterior restoration. So we'll be putting on new gutters and painting, and then also going on the interior and making it also, again, a world-class garden gift shop. And so excited for this year as we launch that and have a nursery and also a place for people to gather. It's full of potential, and it's a beautiful building. And so that's what we'll be doing here in 2026. We can go to the next slide. Another exciting thing that came this year is we have brand new accessible garden paths from Washington Rock. They donated 120 tons of quarter to dust gravel. And so all of our surfaces that were previously pea gravel and pretty difficult to navigate, now they are wheelchair friendly, stroller friendly, and it's just much more appealing as a garden. It was so nice to refresh the garden in this way. And that was all from a generous donation from Washington Rock. So we're thrilled about that. We can go to the next slide. Also, now we have refreshed garden design. One of the things about Lakewold is that it's a historical garden, it's a state garden, and so the garden design has been sort of static for about 60 years. And excited to come in and bring in more contemporary plantings, more modern style. My background is at Powellswood Garden in Federal Way. I was there for 7 years and transformed that space into a really lush, kind of tropical environment. Now, Lakewood is not necessarily a tropical space, but excited to bring in more energy from a garden perspective and more excitement. So this is just kind of the beginnings of where we're going. We're getting ready to break ground in the flag lawn. The flag lawn will become a garden space, and it will be fully accessible. We have some family funding that has really helped contribute to that, and excited to get that project going. It'll be called Judy's Garden from Judy Wagner and her legacy at Lakewold. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so we just want to go through some of the events. These are new ones that we actually introduced this year, and I'll let Neil talk about Mother's Day Stroll.
Yes, so Mother's Day Stroll has been a great success. We've hosted previous years as well, but we focused on creating a more fun, relaxing family day with the new rebranding. We tried to pull people more in the gardens, and now with the new refreshed look, inviting people and to experience the gardens with the new design, the new gravel pathways, and it's been a great success this year. Saw over 600 people come through, and it's just been a great success so far. Then the next slide, Pour in the Park. This is a total new event, which we try to create to get in new audiences, a younger audience specifically, 21 plus. And we saw over 500 people come through from all around the Puget Sound. We invited over 17 wineries, 3 breweries, and vendors and local businesses, which saw a lot of volunteers come in through as well. And yeah, we had a great success. So we're looking forward to next year to expanding it as well. And it was a good way to bring people also into the garden, a younger audience. So we're looking forward to see how many volunteers we get from that as well.
Let me ask you on that, Neil.
Mhm.
What were we actually able to make some net revenue off of that event? Because
Yeah, our net revenue, I mean, it was an expensive event because all the wineries, they had to be reimbursed for
you gotta
the
pay for
wine that they poured.
Mhm.
So gross revenue was 31,000, net was about 7,000.
Okay, it was a building year, potentially.
Yes, oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. We're looking to expand it. This was really just our first launch. We were anticipating maybe 150, 200 people for this first year, and our primary goal really was just to break even
Mhm.
as we were launching it. A lot of unknowns. Seattle Uncorked was really instrumental in helping us pull this off. They invited all the wineries and breweries. And it was also great for them to be able to get more exposure
Mhm.
for what they're doing. But no, that has a ton of potential. We really want to expand it. I mean, double the size, maybe do it more often in 2026, and then also include music concerts and
Right.
things of that nature. I think what it proved to us is that alcohol and gardens go really well together.
Yeah, and music, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and music. Everybody was just happy, which I love to see that. Even we had we had two shuttles coming from Clover Park High School. We were able to use their parking lot, and there was a line of people, like, we didn't have enough shuttles, and we had like 50 people in line. And as the director, I was so stressed, thinking, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. They're standing in the hot parking lot at a high school, waiting for a shuttle. They're probably so grumpy. And I went over and started talking to people, and everybody was just in the best mood because they were so excited, the anticipation for what was going to be happening at Lakewood. So really, we didn't hear any negative feedback. The only feedback that we received was how we can improve for the future. And so excited to continue that and make it bigger. And yeah, it was definitely an experiment that proved to be worthwhile.
Yeah, I was there volunteering that day for one of the wineries. It was really a fantastic event. It was one of the best I think I've been to in our area for quite some time. Weather helped. It was beautiful.
Weather was perfect.
And as I sat there pouring wine for folks, there were people from all over the place, from Bellevue, from Lacey, from Portland. It was interesting to see, and very diverse crowd too, which I thought was great.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, so it was really, really well done, and look forward to.
We have some photos
Oh,
of it
yeah.
if we want to go to the next
Yeah.
slides. Yeah, we can keep going, the next slide. Yeah, kind of get a little bit of the atmosphere. It was just so fabulous to
It was
see this
great.
kind of event happening in the garden. It's just perfect for it. We can go to the next slide. Yeah. Yeah, the demographics, this is what we don't typically see at the
Exactly.
garden. It just attracted a wide range of people that wouldn't necessarily be interested in a garden, but throw on a wine event and they're all about it.
So that's when you attract them and you put out, subscription memo thing, flyers or whatever. And if you become a subscriber, a member of Lakewood Gardens, you get a ticket to this event or
That's such a
a
good
couple little
idea.
things, and that way you get annual revenue coming in at a higher rate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We go to the next slide. Okay, so this year we'll be launching Yuletide at Lake Wold. And we're going to kind of be reintroducing some of more holiday festivities. So Lake Wold is really kind of based in tradition and heritage. And during this season, it's always been a really cool thing that Lake Wold has been decorated with Christmas kind of feel, not necessarily celebrating exclusively Christmas, but this will be Yuletide, just a very festive, seasonal sort of celebration. And so we can go to the next slide. We'll be decorating the house again and making that accessible during the day. We'll be throwing on some different activities, daytime activities that are festive, cooking classes, wreath making, and art as well during December. And this is a new launch for us. And so we're considering sort of a soft launch this year, and just like Pour in the Park, kind of see what the energy is behind it. This is really modeled after a garden in Philadelphia called Winter Tour, and they have Yuletide at Winter Tour. And so really trying to replicate a lot of what they do, and that for them is a massive tourist draw in Philadelphia. I was just visiting Winter Tour earlier this month, and it was so nice to be able to talk to the staff members and learn about what they're doing over there and why it's so successful. So we know that we have a huge opportunity here. We go to the next slide. And then we'll have 4 nights of lights in the garden. And so this is the real draw. When I was at Palswood in Federal Way, we did something very similar. We launched it in 2020, and it sold out nearly immediately. We had 12 nights and the same kind of feel as this. This is at RHS Wisley in England, but this is exactly the kind of show that we're looking to present this year. So we already have a lot of the lights purchased. And that was really helpful. And then we'll be purchasing more. But we want this to become another community staple. In our area, we have fantasy lights and we have zoo lights. And if you've been to either of those, you recognize that they're massively crowded and there's a huge demand. And fantasy lights, you're in a car backed up for a half a mile before you can even get in. And so we want to provide another opportunity that's a little bit different of a take than a million Christmas lights. And it's more about the ambiance of the garden and create a lot of magic and whimsy. And so we're excited to introduce that here. It was a huge success in Federal Way, and I know that we can do it even better here at Lake Wold because of the parking that we have, which is so great that came through the city, and the setup itself is just perfect for a winter type event like this.
It was a huge hit.
Yeah, we can go to the next slide.
Oh, so Fairy Fest, this is the first festival when I started working at Lakeville that intrigued me so much. And I was fascinated by the creativity of staff. During summertime, usually over a weekend, which is Lakeville's oldest and most recognized event or festival. So everybody loves it. They always want, people get dressed up. And we see a good, great demographic or a wide range of ages come through. And we mostly focus on pulling people into the garden and creating transforming the garden with creativity. So we host a lot of arts and crafts for kids to take home and workshops to how do you use natural materials just to spark creativity. And we've seen great growth in this event with lots of partnerships, bringing in local businesses and vendors to collaborate with us.
We had over 600 visitors for the Fairy Fest, essentially sold out. So we're looking to figure out ways to expand that to make it more of a month-long kind of celebration. There's a huge Fae community. Fae is a new word for me, but it's even larger than just fairyland. It has to do with wizards and what else? There's a massive community. Fantasy stuff. And so I'm realizing that there's a lot more market there. We had a lot of younger adults actually enjoying Fairy Fest this year. So not just the kids. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, so there's an example of what we did at Fairy Fest with building fairy houses from all the natural materials. And again, so wonderful to see new audiences come enjoy Lakeville Gardens. We can go to the next slide.
All right, and another festival is our All Hallows Festival, which we change the theme every year to just to keep it fresh. And this year it's the Garden of Dr. Moreau and how he has now transformed our garden into some creepy plant creatures that comes out. It's also a nighttime event, which we partner with other businesses and we have vendors. But it also kind of sparked a lot of interest with local artists to get involved and create vignettes and designs in the garden. So it's been very exciting. We also expecting over 600 people for this year, which has increased every year. It's also home to the Gravelly Lake Monster, who moves into the tea house, which brings in a cosplay, dress up initiative from people, which they seem to love a lot. Where I'm from, I didn't know it was such a big thing until I came to the US, and it's been a great boost and such fun festival to be part of.
We can go to the next slide. I think it shows a little bit of what that experience is like. That's actually my kids, but they enjoyed it. They're the number one teller of if an event is cool, and they liked it. So that's the Garden of Dr. Moreau, and we're going to be expanding that to more of like a full October kind of celebration during the daytime as well.
Yeah, I think an important thing to note here too is like we try to keep it very sustainable and showing people that you can create creations and decorations from natural material and don't be as commercialized and be wasteful of purchasing. So it sparks a lot of creativity, and getting artists involved has proved immensely useful. All
right, we can go to the next slide. And it's been about 5 years now that we've had the Wagner House Art Gallery, and this is going to continue in 2026. We have worked with a collaboration for the Washington Women's Painters Society, and they're going to be doing a more floral design for us. And that has also just been one more element that is a nice little draw to our region. One of the areas that we're trying to improve on is collaborating with organizations that have a large audience, such as the Washington Women's Painters Society, and they're able to bring in people from all over the state to enjoy the art and and hopefully purchase some art as well. So we'll continue to have those on display. Just we'll maintain a more botanical art throughout the year. So we can go to the next slide.
For the past 3 years, we've been hosting Clover Park School District's fifth grader field trips, and which was their first field trip in 22 after COVID. So it's very STEM focused, that we offer different activities to introduce them into environmentalism, science and engineering. We partner with Lakes High School as well for volunteering, which has proved a huge success. We see over 1,000 kids come through over the springtime, which is a great time to bring them into the garden, to introduce them into gardening and this amazing garden that we have there. Next year will be the 4th year then, and it's been a great success. Yeah.
Great, we can go to the next slide. And then we've also been offering in-house concerts, trying to make these a little bit more sustainable as we go into this next year. We want to make sure that we're partnering with organizations who are able to help supplement some of the artist fees and things. This was also an experiment that we endeavored into, realized it wasn't quite as revenue producing as we wanted, but we want to continue to offer that for the community. There's a real base of people who appreciate music in the garden. And so we are continuing to work with artists to provide those in-house concerts. We can go to the next slide.
Okay, I'll keep it brief. So we partner a lot with the VA, which is really close to Lake World, and we do this boost on museums, as well as, sorry, you can move on, next slide, is our VA programs that we host. Music Works for Vets comes in monthly. We see huge, typically 10 plus people to come and just jam there at Lake World Gardens. It's been a few years running, so that's been a great success, and it's been very beneficial for Lake World and the VA, the vets to come through. Next slide. And to mention, we also host Veterans Painting Program that come through, and also the VA domiciliary group that come and do garden tours. So there's great veterans involvement, which we hope to grow as much as we can still. Then for accessibility, we offer free Lake World passes, and people can rent out from the library, which we see basically a lot of people come through there, which really take advantage of that. Yeah,
That's good. Good idea.
And then we have the Pay What You Can Thursdays of every month. The goal is just to keep the garden as accessible as possible. Let's go to the next slide. One of the things that we did not include in this is our wedding program. And our wedding program has grown tremendously. In 2024, we hosted 4 large weddings. And in 2025, fully booked for 15 large weddings, a total of 30 events, rental bookings. And we're fully booked for 2026 and nearly booked for 2027. And so we've invested heavily into our wedding marketing. And what that has done for the garden, it's not mission related, but it has brought in nice revenue as well as people from way outside of our area. We were just looking at some of the demographics, and we have people from all over the nation attending these weddings, which is really exciting to see. And really the goal is that as people come for weddings, then they also support the local economy with stays and restaurants. And so we're thrilled that we can continue that. Lake World used to be really just a strong wedding venue. In the 90s, everybody got married there. And there's just a lot of potential for that. We are restricted to a certain number of large weddings because of our state exempt tax, but we want to maximize that.
What is our limitation?
What's that, sorry?
What is the limitation? Is it
15 of the large weddings.
of the large weddings?
Yeah, of the large weddings, which
What does that mean?
I talked to the Pierce County auditor, and it was interesting because there's a lot of gray area in the whole matter. And so you're allowed to have 50 non-mission related activities.
Okay.
And 15. But yeah, it gets pretty interesting. And also different parts of Lake Wold are exempt and other parts aren't. So like the upstairs is not exempt and the downstairs is exempt. How strange, you know? So there's two different parcels. And
Yeah.
yeah, so,
That is bizarre.
yeah.
Interesting.
But the Pierce County auditor said, you know, it's more of if we're trying to stay within the boundaries, we're
Right.
not trying to take advantage.
Yeah.
And that concludes our message. We're thankful again for all the support that the city of Lakewood has brought to Lake Wold throughout its whole history and excited to continue to partnership and expand together.
Thank you for your time.
I have a question to kick it off. Lakewood Gardens 2 or 3 years ago was a small ask, and they bumped up
Sure.
precipitously last year, and then this year it's another 25%. So can you tell me
Sure.
what the plan is for the extra 50 grand for the year?
Yeah, the plan for the extra 50 grand is essentially as we've expanded, we've realized. So when I came in, we reduced all of our expenses tremendously.
Yeah.
We cut about half of our staff and really did a major budget crunch, which is great for staying within our budget and staying in the black, but it's difficult to build new
Mhm.
programs. And so with this extra ask, you know, 2 years, we had 200,000.
Mhm.
And then this year, it's a request so that we can continue to grow and reach new audiences. Really, our personnel is lacking for event production
Mhm.
and marketing. Right now, we laid off our marketing contractor that we had. And so we have a tiny staff of 7 and most of them are gardeners or part-time. And so we're all kind of scrambling to be able to keep up with the pace that Lake Wold is moving, especially as it expands with Pour in the Park and Yuletide. And the marketing and the promotion has been one of the more difficult areas for us,
Mhm.
as well as the event production. And so a lot of staff burnout this
Mhm.
year as we worked through all these different programs and
Yeah.
events. And so we just need some extra support. But yeah, I figured I would ask.
Yeah, it's always good to ask.
Mhm.
I heard anecdotally that the gala was very successful this year.
Yes,
So what was the net on that?
the net was just over 200K.
That's great.
Yeah, which was really huge for us.
Mhm.
So that gives us an ability to kind of get through the rest of the year,
Right.
you know, without getting too crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had a lot of support that came in through the gala this year.
Mhm.
And looking to expand that as well. We were meeting with another event production manager, and she has a lot more connections in the greater region. And so looking to bring in new audiences and new supporters at the gala. She really believes that we can grow it by another 25% this
Wow.
next year. So,
Fantastic. Well, good work on that.
Yeah.
One of the questions always is what are the organizations doing to self-sustain? And, you know, it's great to report back that you guys really had a number of successful events with the gala, especially this year. And then the new, you know, Pour in the Park thing is a
Yeah.
visible, huge potential growth opportunity.
I think people are recognizing there's a new energy at Lakewood Gardens
Yep,
and wanting to kind
absolutely.
of get behind that and support that. And that was evident at the gala.
Mhm. Very good.
Mhm.
Questions, Dean?
Turn your mic off. Oh, thanks. All right. We can only have 3 on at once. You mentioned gate was 12,000 people. Was that for 2024?
That's 2024, yes. And so the numbers this year, it's probably higher. We didn't we don't have an accurate count as of right now as to where we're at for this year. But yeah, 12,000 was for 2024.
Do you have any idea, have you all ever done a pro forma to get an idea what the ceiling might be? What is your potential? How many could you have in the venue in a year?
Like a full study on that? Yeah, no, we haven't, but that would be really fascinating to learn and to see kind of what the true potential is of Lakewood Gardens. Bloodell Reserve is a good example, and Bainbridge Island. I mean, they have an outstanding garden, but they have over 150,000 visitors a year.
How are they acreage size compared to you?
They're like, I mean, they're much larger in volume. They're 200 acres, we're 10 acres.
Yeah.
And it's a different demographic. They have a lot more funding.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've figured out how to make, same as Butchart Gardens, Bainbridge Island tourism, is you have to stop at Bloedel Reserve.
Yeah.
And there's gardens all over the world that are attracting. I was just at Longwood Gardens in Philadelphia. They have over 1 million visitors a year. England, I was there 2 years ago, and the amount of excitement and energy for gardens, it's a much different culture. But they also see, thousands of visitors at every garden that we could tap into in our region if we just build it up. I was at a tourism conference, and this is unverified by me, but it was fascinating to me. What they said is that globally, garden tourism actually sees more visitation than professional sports annually because of the global reach that gardens have, but they're very much under the radar. But it's really, truly, it's events that draw in the crowds. Idaho Botanic Garden, one of our sister gardens that we work really closely with, they also see over 200,000 visitors a year, but they have a huge concert series in the summertime. And they do so much for events to kind of create that extra draw just on top of the normal garden visit.
Years ago, we brought the Northwest Sinfonietta out to Lakewold for a few summer concerts. I don't know where they are these days in terms of their own survivability, but
yes,
yeah,
but I
yeah.
would love to re-engage with them. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, that was a big draw, with wine and music is a great combo.
Really?
out
Yeah.
there.
I didn't know there was wine there. Yes.
There's
Yeah.
always wine there.
No, I
That's
would
good.
love to do that. It's a perfect venue for
Yeah.
the symphony. Oh my goodness. So,
Yeah.
yeah, we were, to be honest, I'm trying to kind of move beyond just the chamber music inside the house because I'm like, we have this great estate. Why aren't we doing
Oh,
more
yeah.
outdoor concerts?
Yeah, they were able to bring a portion of they didn't bring the entire Sinfonietta, but a portion of it, and people loved that. having
Appreciate that.
music in the park thing, and
We'll make it happen.
yeah, that'd be great. Okay. Well, very good. Well, thank you for coming today.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yep, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I think we're doing okay though. We're zipping through. Okay, Miss Lua, come on down, Asia Pacific Cultural Center. Have you recovered?
Well, that's why I was late.
Just can't get
I'm
enough
so
of seeing
sorry
you.
I missed my turn this morning
You're
because
good.
all of a sudden I have all these visitors. And then my memory went away that I was supposed to be here.
No problem.
So thank you so much for taking me anyway this morning. It's Samoa Cultural Day presentation for all of you. You have been supportive for the past 15 years since we started. So we cannot go without your support every single year. And we were very successful again this year. We had over 8,000 people join. Next slide, please. City of Lakewood is the main sponsor for our program. So we love City of Lakewood forever for your continued support and loving on us for this matter. It is important for Asia Pacific Cultural Center to showcase different countries, the 47 nations that make up all of Asia and all of the South Pacific. So this is one of the South Pacific nations. And the reason being it's important for us because there's so many of us in the city of Lakewood. We live and go to school here. So my family, the Pritchards, have been here forever. So Lakewood is a great city too. And as you can see in 2020, we're 17% of the population of Lakewood, and this is 2025. Can you imagine that? So I'm sure we have a lot more in Lakewood now. Next. And so this year we even had to, because the main thing about this day or these days is to highlight and promote our models, people who are in the United States making a difference so that our young people can model them and be great citizens of this nation. So this year we were able to highlight the new fire chief of Tacoma, who is Samoan woman, wonderful. And then the new quarterback coach for the Commanders is a Samoan young man, and he's from Lakewood. So one of the Pritchards. So we highlighted them, and then a young man who is a renowned singer around the world as a Pacific Islander. So Jesse up there above is an NFL. It's a everyday. He's one of our advisors for this. He's an NFL champion, Super Bowl champion for 49ers forever. He's been retired for a while, but he's with us. He comes every year to mentor us through this program. So because of our APCC grand opening and moving and unmoving, we only chose for 3 days, because usually we have a full week. We go from Sunday to Saturday. So we chose only 3 days, so that I could have a peace of mind. And then, so we did 3 days, and look at it. We still had a lot of people to come over and make a difference with us. Next. Yeah, so day one, every banquet, we honor at least 10 or 12 high school students. And in this crowd here, we honored, I believe, one from Lakes High School and one from Clover Park High School. So amongst the 10 or 12 there, they get $1,000 every year to go to help them. These are all students, they have to show proof. They have been accepted to a 2-year college or a 4-year college. And so and with a grade point average of above 3.0 in order to qualify for the selection. So it's been really, really wonderful to do that and to continue to help these students to go more. Next. And then this is part of day one as well. Next. So day two, we always have a youth night. So half of these kids live in Lakewood and go to school in Lakewood. So it's just wonderful. Every year we have more students coming out, young people coming out to be together as Samoan community. So next. And then day three, we have a full festival. So tons and tons of people come from all over. They come from Oregon also, they come from California, they come from Hawaii, and they come from all over the state. So we're very happy again to show for next year, 2026, and we couldn't do it without the assistance of the City of Lakewood as our sponsor. Next. Yep. A lot of it you see is so many young people are involved. Next. And next. There we go. So thank you so much for having us to propose again. We're asking for $15,000 again to help us with next year's event.
Thanks, Lua, very much. What does the event cost to put on?
The whole thing about 67,000, sometimes over 70.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah. So we get lots of 5,000s from here and there, for.
Mhm.
But you're the biggest number.
Because I enjoy telling Victoria Woodard's. And
Yes.
yeah. Very good. Any questions of the panel? No? Well, thank you again. And again, congratulations on a fabulous grand opening on the Asia Pacific Cultural Center.
Yes, thank
last
you
week.
for being there.
Yeah, it was
Thank
fun.
you very much.
Good to see you. Thanks.
All right.
Okay, so we are rolling right along. We're actually, yeah, 10 minutes early, which is good. So should we bring in Lakewood Playhouse next? Let's do it. I think that would be correct. Oh, Historical Society, but we'll do, we might as well, as long as they're here. And yeah, come on down. Then Playhouse will be next. Hey, Joe. Come on down, Lakewood Historical Society. Okay. You're on. Okay, just a moment.
Thank you all. We're the Lakewood Historical Society and the Lakewood Museum. We're proud to be here and proud to be part of Lakewood, and we want to continue with our history. So my name is Ed Voy. I'm one of the vice presidents of the Lakewood Historical Society, and this is Sue Scott, our secretary treasurer and former president. So we're here to, we have the slides, correct?
Pardon?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can roll them.
Okay.
It shows the Lakewood Colonial Center out in front of the Lakewood Theater, which I have been going to when I was a little kid, because I only lived a couple blocks from there. I remember going in like 1959 and 1958 and seeing movies. And my favorite, which was one we had probably in 1960, 61, was Sink to Bismarck with Kenneth Moore. And we actually played it recently for our Memorial Day thing at the Lakewood Museum. So, yeah, Sue.
So 2025 has been a wonderful year. We've had more programs, more events, and more visitors. Okay, next. Go ahead. Our biggest concerns now are inflation and rent increase. Next. Go ahead, Ed.
Okay, we have 9 volunteers, no paid staff, 1 consultant. We fundraise, we market, we maintain the museum, we plan and run programs year round. And just, it's fun and it's great. But like I say, it's something that's always going on, and you always meet new people, and you meet people that I may have come in contact with 40 or 50 years ago, and I say, oh yeah, da, 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 da. And it is interesting. So it's a kick.
So our key operating expenses, everything's up: rent, utilities, insurance. We have marketing and graphics and web. And of course, our newsletter, which I handed you, and mailing out. We have displays and of course, markers all around Lakewood and our programs. So that totals $73.3 thousand. And with collections, 77,000. Next. Next.
Okay.
So our estimated income for 2026, memberships, 7,000, donations, 13,500. We have wonderful members who always seem to add something to their membership. Grants and special events, 8,000. So 28.5 minus 77.3 operating equals 44.8. So that's where we have a shortfall of 48.4. Next, go ahead.
No, I was going to say also, when we have people come in, we always, and at the particular functions like the Lakewood Summer Festival, to encourage people to come and join or come by and see, because it is Lakewood, it's our museum and our historical society. We want people to become a part of it, because there's a lot of people. For example, when I was in high school, we'd start out at Culver Park over here. A third of the people would be gone by the time you finish your senior year because of Fort Lewis and McCord and people being transferred in and out. So we have people that know about Lakewood all over the country.
So our collections plan is LTAX on 2 years, a $10,000 plan to digitize our entire newspaper inventory. Phase 1 is completed, cost of $6,000. 2026 Phase 2, digitize microfilm, some Lakewood log editions for $4,000. Next. So what do you get for your money? Our 2026 goals: host 10 historical events at the museum with 500 people hoping, upgrade the website and place 2 historical markers, publish at least 3 issues of the Prairie Gazette, maintain a 350 plus paid memberships, and expand the board. Refresh exhibits. We're working with the fire department right now for an exhibit in the museum. Complete the elections project and gain 10 hotel nights. Keep museum open 2 to 3 days a week, noon to 4. Next.
Yeah, I was gonna say, speaking of the fire department, as a little kid, I was familiar with the fire department on 93rd in Ardmore. And in fact, when I was a paper boy, I actually delivered to that firehouse. But I remember Bruce White was the fire chief. And I met one of the guys that was in the fire department lived just a couple of blocks, about a block from me, named Dean Stacy. So the Lakewood Fire Department, it's always been there. And what's also interesting, in 1966, 67, with the Lakewood Fire Department and McChord Air Force Base, they did a film there, right where basically the stores would be at right now. And they had a star in there from the old beach party movies named Andy Romano, who recently passed away, lived up in Port Townsend. But it was interesting to see a movie made here in Lakewood, and the Suburban Times at the time was saying to the actors, do you really prefer Lakewood to Hollywood? But it was a kick to be a part of that and then to share that with other people, to say that, hey, we've actually had Hollywood people here in Lakewood doing productions. So, and there on the left too is Mindy Barker, I should say, that did that beautiful mural there. And it's about, what, 22 feet long roughly in that ballpark?
About 47 feet long,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah.
And so it's terrific, and it gives a kind of a history of Lakewood. So come down and take a look.
Yeah. Next. Oh, even Claudia used to read the Gazette. She's there all the time.
We love having her there.
Next. We had a 2-day mini fab with film, art, and books that worked out quite well this year. Next. We got 2 new, 1 old traffic building programs. We installed that 17-foot historic mural, and we have the Tensler Library exhibit. And as always, we tell people, you can't come to us, we will come to you. Next. There's our renovated mini theater, event, and rental room. Next. We've had historic films all along. Keep an eye out for those.
My favorite was Sink the Bismarck again.
Next. And there's a group at one of our events. Next. All this, plus the Heath Cabin, Clover Park School History, Ivan, Santa, and lots more for $48,800.
You'd be surprised too. A lot of people love to have their picture with Ivan. And I say, when I'm there as a docent or a volunteer, hey, come get your camera. I'll be happy to take a picture of it. And I had a couple of years ago, I wore a banana shirt with Ivan. And I also had to take a picture with putting on a COVID mask. So Ivan is with us and wants to be supportive of the Lakewood Historical Museum.
We have a lot of historical markers around, including the Lakewood train station. Next. And here inside the museum is the Heath Cabin.
And to your lower right, there is a wooden toilet, believe it or not. So yes.
Next. And of course, Clover Park historical history with the
Ivalsman.
Various school days here. Next. Motion activated theater and film history. Next. And of course, here's our friend
There's our
Ivan.
favorite.
And like Ed said, a lot of people get their picture taken with him. Next. And we have Christmas programs, of course. Santa was there with Ivan. Next. And of course, our first city mayor was General Harrison, and he was on the board for several years. Next. Our phone keeps ringing. Ernestine is on the job. Next. Thank you. Come visit your Lakewood History
It is
Museum.
yours, yes.
Preserving yesterday and educating tomorrow.
We are, we do. We love it. Or as Maxwell Smart would say, and loving it, yes. Thank you.
Any questions?
Tell me a little bit about.
Let me give
the-
you another one of these.
Yeah,
too.
tell me a little bit about the rent increase year over year. What are we looking at? You know,
I'm sorry.
the rent increase year over year, what are they hitting us with?
Answer.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I know it's, I can't remember the exact figure, but it's, I know he's talking about the rental increase and it is going up through the grammar.
It's going up $1,000 a year each year, the rent.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
1,000 a year, not a month, but a year.
No,
Okay,
not a month.
got it, okay. Very good. All right, any other questions?
Well, thank you for your consideration.
We appreciate your work. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And we got the audience. Audience participation, yeah, exactly. Okay, Joe, you're up. Welcome, everyone. Did you guys bring the whole cast?
Oh, good.
Hello again.
Hello again.
Nice to see you all. As you know, I'm Joseph C. Walsh. I'm the producing artistic director at Lakewood Playhouse. And there's a few more people with us today that I'll introduce you to later, but right now, kind of the immediate presenters are. She loves it when I make her
You told
talk.
me I wouldn't have to do this. I'm Mary Horn. I'm president of the board for the Lakewood Playhouse.
You're gonna do a 2-act monologue after this, Mary.
I'm Brooklyn Peterson. I'm the assistant to the producer artistic director.
And I'm Luke Amundsen. I'm the production manager at the Playhouse.
And with your support last year, we can go to the next slide. We wanted to just share this video of our young people saying thank you for the opportunity that you gave them. Oh, will it play? If not, I can send it to you separately. I'll send it to you separately.
Oh, she's gonna figure it out.
It's coming.
Okay.
It's coming. This is where Mary Horn sings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely.
Mhm.
Actually, Jason, you could probably tell a joke or two.
Yeah, I'm sure I could. I'm sure I could.
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you all separately.
great.
I think it's because it was on our Google Doc, and then if we downloaded it, maybe it didn't follow.
Okay.
But it was
No
our
problem.
young people who did Hadestown. One of the young people wrote us a letter thanking us for a scholarship, saying how much the experience meant to them, how they learned about process over product, which is one of our big goals, and also how they learned about safer spaces. And their goal was to take what they had learned from Hadestown into the other theaters that they collaborate with and teach them what they had learned. This was a 15-year-old, and it was so amazing to see what he had learned over the summer. Naya Hart and Elijah Bellis, our choreographer and musical director, did such an amazing job with these young people. Our goal is to make Lakewood Playhouse a destination for great community-based theater. locally, nationally, and internationally. We would like to continue our original vision of building community through theater. Next slide, please. One of our audience members this year said, Lakewood Playhouse has become a powerful place where perceptions are examined, assumptions are tested, and people are celebrated. This, along with next level performances by both cast and crew alike, make Lakewood Playhouse a place to watch. Someone who had not been to the Playhouse in a long time gave us permission to use this quote, and this really warmed my heart. This was my first time back in several years, but to all and sundry, I can say, come home. Open your heart to what is being built, rebuilt in the corner of Lakewood Town Center, and make the Laramie Project your return tentpole, because the story is important, the performances are magnificent, and the evening will not be in vain, I promise.
Mm-hmm.
How many people behind me would consider Lakewood Playhouse a second home to you?
Mm-hmm.
This is what we are building. Next slide, please. I was hoping Michelle would be here by now to read this herself, but Michelle Matlock said, Lakewood Playhouse has become an absolute treasure to me. It's a place where I feel welcomed, seen, and valued, and most importantly, it feels safe. I'm inspired by their commitment to building a community that welcomes everyone. I urge you to support this organization because it's important that our young artists and our entire community in the South Puget Sound have a shining example of how theater should be experienced. Next slide, please. In this past year, with your incredible support, we have expanded our audiences both across the state and country. As I told you we would do last year, we have brought back financial responsibility and stability to this organization. We've increased ticket sales by 43% compared to previous seasons. We've expanded our educational programmings, increasing our educational revenue, including 3 sold-out summer camps. We've re-engaged with our mission to build community through theater, developing new partnerships across the region and beyond, including a unique showcase performance of Hazetown at the Museum of Glass in the Hot Shop. And I can assure you that is the correct title, the Hot Shop. Next slide, please. We have also been nominated for 3 Sound on Stage awards for our production of the Laramie Project, which included Best Play, Best Ensemble, and Best Director. We've increased our overall income. This is the wrong figure because we sent it to you a couple of days ago. It is more than 200% on the previous year. I will remind you, as this is a grant application, 0 times 0 is 0. And so this does not mean we're flush. It just shows the growth potential that Lakewood Playhouse has. And most importantly, and most connected to this grant, is that we have promoted the city of Lakewood with our increased marketing reach and geographically wide spread of audience members. Oftentimes when I'm going through these things, it's hard to not feel like we're bragging. We're not, we're as surprised as you are. This has been, I can't tell you the difference a year has made. There are some board members in this room who will know last November, we were having daily conversations about whether the doors could even stay open. And so it's quite remarkable to see what is happening, and that is because of your support. Next slide, please. If you look at these beautiful pictures of our 86th season, and again, some of the people in these pictures are sitting in the seats behind us. We are so proud of the work that we're doing and the community we are building. We would like to thank Ashley Roy Simpson for taking these beautiful production shots of last season. And again, none of this would have been possible without you. Next slide, please. And there it says, thank you for making it possible. And now our current application. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Our project activity this year, we would like to confirm Lakewood Playhouse as a force of positive change in our regional theater scene, collaborate with other local organizations in the city of Lakewood to make Lakewood Town Center a destination for tourists, continue to grow new audiences, and implement marketing strategies to bring in audiences from 50+ miles away, expand our production capabilities, and present works that are not being seen elsewhere. One of the things that's happened is that we've really seen where the gaps in our local programming is. We don't want to be TLT or be TMP. We love them, we want to support them, but we want to offer alternative programming that goes alongside what these other theaters are doing so that we can work together. And we will certainly continue to expand our educational programming. Next slide, please. Our goal is to become a cultural ambassador for our community and for the city of Lakewood. Next slide, please. What is the secret to our success? These are the three areas that I outlined last year when we came in with our grant proposal, and that was people, programming, and partnerships. Next slide, please. This year, during the production of Laramie Project, we realized that our mission statement did not stay enough. It did not protect the organization. It did not push the organization forward. And that company of the Laramie Project inspired us, led by Mary Horn, to build a new mission statement that was approved at, those of you that know about not-for-profits, at lightning speed for not-for-profits, so that we had something to really hang our future on. Lakewood Playhouse's mission is to build community through theater. We aim to present work that entertains, educates, and enlightens the full breadth of the human experience. We strive to foster an atmosphere of respect and belonging for all and create a space where everyone is seen, heard, uplifted, and empowered. Next slide, please. People. Ooh, I'm so sorry. This strikes me when I see the people. But I think if we remember a similar slide to last year, there were maybe 6 people on that slide, and there were 3 people sitting behind me. These are the people that have made this amazing growth happen, and they are standing behind me. Board members, please stand up. Thank you. Cast members, please stand up. Staff members, please stand up. You're both, Brooklyn wears all the hats. People who have benefited from our educational programming, please stand up, and have young people who have done our educational programming.
Great.
This is the group of people we are serving, and this circle is just going to continue to get wider and wider and wider with your support. Next slide, please. Programming. Bold and exciting programming that you cannot see anywhere else. We want to retain our current audiences and attract new patrons and subscribers. I believe a lot of people were there the Friday evening of For Colored Girls Who've Considered Suicide When the Rainbow Is Enough, when I gave a curtain speech, and I could not hold myself together because I asked how many subscribers were in the audience, and a certain number of people raised their hands. And then I said, how many people are here at Lakewood Playhouse for the first time? More than half of the audience raised its hands, and I got choked up. And Michelle Matlock nudged me as I say her name. She walks in the room. Michelle Matlock nudged me and she said, ask how many people are here for a second time. Almost as many had come to see that show more than once because of the space it was created. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Shavanity. Build season subscription. At this moment, we've already reached 92% of this season's subscription goal. And the All the Arts has called us one of South Sound's most venerable theater organizations. Next slide, please. Programming. The 5 plays, now it's interesting because this grant crosses over with our seasons, right? Not-for-profits are weird. We do July to June. So I will talk a little bit about what's happening currently that you already have funded. The 5 plays for our upcoming season answer the call of season 86 theme to build community through theater. Each play tells a story of finding and using our individual voices to uplift each other, serve our community, and speak truth to power. Moises Kaufman, the creator of our acclaimed production of the Laramie Project, recently said, and I think right now we have an opportunity to think twice about the work we want to make. We have to know how powerful we are because we have the stage. And we at Lakewood Playhouse say, at a time when voices are being silenced and history erased, we believe the job of the theater is to amplify those voices, encourage uncomfortable conversations, and remind us all of our common humanity. People, programming, next slide, please, and partnerships. This list has doubled since I last spoke to you, and I am so proud of our ongoing relationship with Lakewood Rotary, including poaching their previous past president. Duke, where are you, Duke? Duke, St. Joseph, St. John Episcopal Church. This year we hosted their Juneteenth celebration. We were so proud of that. The Museum of Glass, Clover Park High School, Tacoma Pride, Tacoma Urban Performing Arts Center, Lakewood Pride, Ghostlight Theatricals. The list goes on, and it doesn't stop. We are so excited to build these partnerships and to make sure our space is only so big. We need to reach outside of that to make Lakewood Playhouse grow and support and uplift this community. Next slide, please. Partnerships. This map shows most of our partnerships, right, are local, but we also do have a connection with the Breaking Our Mold series with the Florida Theatrical Association and with a production company in the UK that does some of our marketing materials. And also we're currently talking about a co-production that will happen at the Lakewood Playhouse and in London of a revival of Listen to My Heart, the songs of David Friedman. So you can see our reach is really expanding. Next slide, please. Programming, productions, finding your voice. Next slide, please. I just talked about the season. The part of this grant will be covering The Normal Heart. Next slide. Pipeline, which will be directed by Michelle Matlock, which is a story about an inner city school teacher trying to keep her son from the public school to prison pipeline by sending him to a private school. A microaggression in English class causes him to almost enter that same pipeline she tries to keep him out of. Next slide, please. And the season will end, and yes, your eyes do not deceive you. That does say Carrie, the musical. So Stephen King's infamous novel and movie, Carrie, has been turned into a compelling musical, which is really at its heart based on bullying and what happens when we see people as other and not as human. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The following season is all rights pending, as we haven't gotten there yet, but we are hoping that we'll be able to present the area premiere of Come From Away. Next slide, please. Followed by the world premiere of The Docent, which I will get to a little bit more information about that in a moment. Next slide. And then our holiday show we are hoping will be The Wiz. And that season that we transfer into was inspired by Kim's quote about come home. It's going to be themed Come Home to the Garden. And all of the shows in that season will be about home and family. Next slide, please. Now, how are we able to tell you that we will promise to have such great growth and that this programming is working? And this is how. This is the data that backs it up. Next slide, please. Within Pierce County, we brought in visitors to Lakewood from cities, which include all of these. 70% of our audiences come from outside of Lakewood. Now, we can have fingers crossed and hope that some of these people are doing a staycation and will come for the breakfast burrito at the Best Western and have a night or two here with us, but we can't for sure say that that will happen. Next slide, please. But as we look and we start to push out to Eastern Washington, 83% of tickets are sold within Pierce County, but 17% come from neighboring counties and beyond, and that's up 12% from 2023, 2024. Next slide, please. And now as we move across the country, this is the most exciting statistic. We have doubled the states that we have welcomed patrons in from. You can be sure if someone's coming from New Jersey, they will join us for a hotel room or two for a night. I can promise you that. And also 6 out of 7, when I talk about the New Voices Festival, 6 out of 7 of the playwrights in the New Voices Festival are from out of state. So I can assure you they will be coming in, they will be tourists in our area, and they will be staying at our hotels, and we will be treating them to all of the wonderful things that Lakewood offers. Next slide, please. This comparison is so exciting to me. I was so excited to share it with Brooklyn, our assistant to the producing artistic director, was our box office manager. We hope next year we'll come back and those maps will be completely yellow for you. Next slide, please. Season tickets last year were up by 59%. Total ticket sales up from 43%. Again, 25 years of not-for-profit experience. I've not seen numbers like this before. That's 1,455 more seats sold. Godspell Run was extended. There were encore performances of The Laramie Project and a special presentation of The Laramie Project 10 years later. And donations received increased by 300% over the previous year. Next slide, please. Audience comments. Megan of The Laramie Project. This is one of the best plays I've seen. Yes, it's difficult, emotional subject, but it's powerful, beautiful storytelling. Every actor was truly sensational, added a remarkable nuance to each of their characters. Kudos to everyone involved in this production. It was obviously a labor of love. Gail on For Color Girls Who've Considered Suicide When the Rainbow Was Enough. I really enjoyed the play last night at Lakewood Play, at our own, I love that, at our own Lakewood Playhouse. I encourage the community to hear these stories. Some subject matter is heavy, but I left feeling hopeful and full of love. Next slide, please. what the Sound on Stage said about the Laramie Project, what differentiates the Laramie Project of the Lakewood Playhouse production of the Laramie Project under the direction of Joseph C. Walsh is the amount of love that the cast and creative team has put into it. Enough love to present a show that is memorable and impactful, one that has the potential to change minds and hearts. Everything that we're doing at Lakewood Playhouse is an act of love, and that's why it's working. The people behind me, I love. And I think they came here because they feel the same. And speaking of the impact, changing minds and hearts, next slide, please. Led by love and changing the minds and hearts of young people, our educational programming is blossoming. We've expanded education programs, we've increased scholarship availability, we've brought in a wider range of teaching artists from a wider area and with increased profile and with talents that are unbelievable. Thank you, teaching artists. We've held showcase performances at the Museum of Glass. Overall, we've had a 17% raise in income, and we've awarded more than $10,000 in scholarships so that every child has the opportunity to learn. Next slide, please. These are some of our wonderful teaching artist partners. Next slide, please. These are some pictures from Hadestown at the Museum of Glass. Next slide, please. Looking forward, our goal is to make Lakewood Playhouse a cultural ambassador for our community and a desired destination for theater lovers and enthusiasts alike. Next slide, please. Now, I understand we have increased our ask over the past 2 years exponentially. And here is why, and this is what we will do with that funding. As I talked about, our inaugural Festival of New Voices is happening. It's providing a platform for new writers and new theatrical works. Almost 200 submissions came in from around the country and around the world, including Italy and Australia. We would like to expand our main stage programming to 6 shows instead of 5. This will bring in 1,700 more people to Lakewood Town Center. This will be beginning with the world premiere of The Docent. Now, the exciting thing about The Docent is The Docent will be the very first production that is ever presented fully professionally under the umbrella of Lakewood Theater at Lakewood Playhouse. Now, the reason for this is that we believe that The Docent could be picked up by other regional theaters, by Off-Broadway, and potentially have a commercial Broadway run in the future. We hope to open a second space to extend our education programming. We believe that we could run 48 to 50 weeks of consistent educational programming for young people and adults with this increase in funding. Next slide, please. We are currently developing the Performance Sandbox. This is an educational initiative specifically for adults with developmental disabilities. The hope of the people who brought this idea to me is that at some point there will be a storefront that acts as a coffee shop or a florist during the day, giving employment, and then in the evening will be a performance space. And to continue to expand our Theater in the Community initiative. We performed Shakespeare in the museum, at the Museum of Glass, and we performed guerrilla theater Shakespeare at Summerfest all over Fort Silicon Park, and we had a great time. Next slide, please. One of the biggest things that we would like to do with this extended funding is open the Secret Garden to beautify Lakewood Town Center. In the garden, we will offer summer concerts, educational programming, reception and event space, food and beverage. And during the day, while our box office is open, it will be a public space for our community to use and enjoy and gather. Next slide, please. One of the final things that the Sound on Stage said about our season and our production of the Spitfire Grill was it was the perfect way for Lakewood Playhouse to close out its season. A season that has steadily improved in quality of its storytelling as the year has progressed, stating without a doubt that after a change in direction over the past year or so, the theater's creative team under the leadership of Joseph C. Walsh has not just found its footing, but built a foundation on which to build for years to come. Your support over the past year is essential to that foundation, and we hope you will join us as we grow towards the future. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Yay. Questions? Linda? Dean? So I have a few, Joe. So what's the proposed overall budget for the Playhouse for next year?
The proposed overall budget is $408,000 is where it currently stands. What we had done was obviously with bringing in financial responsibility, fiscal responsibility, we created a balanced budget that was approved by the board. We will have a tiny bit of a surplus at the end of the year. So this funding, the $100,000 from last year is in that budget, but the extra 100 is not. So the extra budget will offer us the stretch goals of some of those initiatives that I was talking about.
Okay, so 408, is that including ticket sales and
Yes.
everything else?
That's the overall.
Okay, so we're over half of the overall budget?
Just under.
Okay. And then, Mary, what are we looking at for Rotary? Are we looking at maybe trying to get major project coordination with the garden in the back?
We are. When we started talking about the Secret Garden
Yeah.
project,
Because Joe and I looked at that a little bit last year when the junk was all back there.
yeah, Rotary would like to take that on and help and make that one of their pet
Yeah.
projects.
Right.
So we expect a lot of help, not only from Rotary, but from the community for the different things we're going to need.
Mhm.
I personally have been working on the liquor license, so,
Good,
you know,
good,
we're,
yeah.
yeah, I think it's very viable and it's going to make a tremendous difference in the enjoyment, people coming in, being
Absolutely,
able
yeah.
to,
I think it's a great idea.
yeah.
I was with Mary on the board of Rotary, but not with Lakewood Playhouse yet.
And so I just want to clarify, so I was just thinking through those numbers, right? What we budgeted this year was the same as last year, so it's a quarter of the overall budget, and that's still balanced. So half would be if we got the increase, and then that would go into the new programming, including the sixth show.
Got it. So, and the reason why I ask is, we pushed the budget quite a bit from where it was about
Yes.
3 or 4 years ago. And so we're, just so you know, to be fair, so with all of the funding requests that came in this year for 26 funds, we're about 350 grand over what we have to give out, just with the totality of the request.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to be making harder decisions this year, because last year we gave everybody pretty much what they asked for because we had enough funding. So available funds are 1.15 this year, and we've got requests of 1.5 total, including yours, so.
Great, thank you for that information.
Yeah, it's kind of helpful for everyone to know, because all of the applicants have really, obviously, great programs and good activities, but I just want to give you all kudos because you have turned some amazing things around, and all of you deserve a lot of congratulations and warm wishes from us, because it is a gem for Lakewood. It really is.
Thank you.
So
Thank you
we
for your
appreciate
support.
that. Yep, absolutely. Anything else from us? Very good. Mary, are you ready for your monologue?
You know, I told you when I was Rotary president, I didn't like to speak. This is, and I told Joe he will never, ever see me on the stage.
A little song and dance.
Challenge accepted.
A little song and dance, huh?
But I will
Don't you
have-
think she can do it? Don't you think she can do it? You've
I
got
will
some
have to
artisan
say,
training.
this is my short monologue. None of this would have happened without this guy.
Absolutely.
He is the driving force, and the energy and the caring and the brilliance.
Yeah.
And besides, he ice skated in Disney on Ice.
Oh my God. I did not know that.
worth 50 grand.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've gotten involved because it's so exciting to see the community come together. And I looked at some of the kiddos production recently where they had 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And it was like a professional production. I could have never imagined they would have learned as much as they did in that short a time. So it really shows you all the talent.
That's great. Fantastic.
The end.
Disney on Ice.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. That's the hidden secret we all tell in those,
That's a whole nother conversation. Gail Selden is
Yeah.
threatening to publish pictures at Rotary.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I was in a movie with Madonna in 1980.
Were you?
Yeah, so
We need,
look it up.
okay, coffee soup. Just look it up.
Yeah.
Also, just thank you. I can't tell you what you mean to me and to Lakewood Playhouse. This isn't me. This is us.
All of you, yeah.
Us. And us is becoming we, and we is transformative. So thank every single one of you.
Yeah. Good job, everyone. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Have a good lunch.
Keep up the good work. Yeah. Yeah. So we're a little early, right?
Look at you. You always look so amazing.
Are they here?
It's on the bottom. Hey, you.
These are gonna be tough to make decisions. Yeah. Take care. Okay, we have Sister City next, or Bryn, which one are you doing? Paul, which, are you asking for money, Paul? Yeah. Good,
He's
you
my
wanna take a quick
entourage.
2-minute break? We're gonna take a quick 2 or 3 minute break. So if we can go off, recording. Welcome back, everyone. After a brief recess, we are working through the applications for the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee this Friday, September 5th, 2025. Next, we have Bryn Grimley.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. As the mayor mentioned, my name is Bryn Grimley. I'm the communications manager here at Lakewood. I'm going to be presenting on 2 different applications today, but we're starting with our first one, which is our nearcation.com. You can go ahead and move to the next slide. So the ask this year is actually the same as last year. We're not asking for any increase in funding. We felt like what we had last year, it hit the mark. It's exactly what we needed to be able to do sort of an expansion on our event promotion. Is the slide changing? Okay. So again, just as a reminder, our project goal is to promote the City of Lakewood's premier events using the Nearcation brand. And that's obviously consistent with what our city council has set out for its goals for the city. One of the things that I think we've really dialed in on this Nearcation is sort of the fun vibe that also draws people here. So one of the things that we did this year, you can turn to the next slide, is for our marketing, as you can see sort of the history. We moved into this Nearcation brand in 2022, sort of the end of there as we were coming out of COVID. So the idea of come here, make our events your place to come and stay. We started in 23, really pushing Summerfest. That is our big event. We know that event draws people from well outside of Lakewood. We did get one statistic this year that shared 57,000 unique visitors came to the park. Now that is from a service that I know has some questionable sometimes data. So, but I think just anecdotally from being there all day from start to finish, it for sure felt like that many people were there. There were a lot of people there. And we saw that folks came from as far away as Bellingham down here for that event. And, I attribute frankly a lot of that to the marketing and the promotions that we did. So we targeted a lot of ads on YouTube, on Facebook, on Meta, on Instagram, as well as Google ad services. And as you can see from 2025, we had the 2 radio spots. We did 8 videos total that resulted in 1.3 million views across those platforms I just mentioned. And we saw 58,000 clicks to our Nearcation website. So those are folks that actually saw the video and then clicked through to actually learn more about Summerfest. And then on that page, we had everything from a map of where everything is when you come, parking directions, parking instructions, and then of course highlights all the food trucks that are going to be there, the entertainment, everything, and the international stage, all of that. We continued to use the funding for swag. So this was a lot of event promotional materials that we handed out beforehand, leading up to it. We continued to push, I call our Walking on Sunshine guy, Sunny. So Sunny was used a little bit more this year, and we sort of have begun to evolve the marketing look and feel a little bit for Summerfest as well, just trying to keep it on point, have it be relevant with what people are seeing in the market with other events. So really, I think this year was a great year of showing how we've dialed it in and we've got something good going. And that's why we want to do it again. You can flip to the next slide, please. So as noted, we were awarded 80,000 for this year, and we're requesting the same amount for next year. And the bulk of that, I should add, yes, we did a lot of focus on Summerfest. That also included hiring a professional videographer and photographer to come out and shoot those events for promotional materials. But we also this year specifically have boosted our advertising for our other events. So we did Farmers Market, we did summer concerts, and we've got Fiesta de la Familia advertising running now for Saturday's event. And then we'll be doing Truck and Tractor Day. And those are all ones that we feel are regional draws. They're going to pull people outside of the city. They're more community centered events, like our tree lighting and holiday parade tend to be more specific to Lakewood. And this funding amount is really a good amount to allow for us to continue that marketing. And we're really seeing the videos they're doing the Nearcation brand and they're hitting a lot of people. Next slide. So just as we go through it, the beneficiaries are obviously, there's a benefit in that we're being consistent in how we're marketing the city. We're raising awareness about, what there is to do in Lakewood. So our hope is, okay, I came to nearcation.com to find out about Summerfest, but wow, this looks like a fun website. What else am I finding? Oh, hey, there's this great restaurant. Oh, hey, there's this great hotel. Maybe I'll spend the night. So it's a good way to just get eyes on the city in a different way than people might normally think of. Next slide. So again, just looking at how we did on our marketing, we had, as I said, 1.3 million video views. 93% of that total traffic were actually new users. So this is introducing them for the first time to this event and to the city. We had a 77% view through rate on YouTube, which is really good. That means they're watching it through and they're going through, as you can see, to click on nearcation.com. Next slide.
City of Lakewood Summerfest is
you can
back
go.
on Saturday, July.
Sorry, watch that. Another piece that we added in last year is also trying to appeal to our groups that use our park. So Fort Silicon Park obviously is very busy with both soccer, baseball, and cross-country tournaments. So we have the Fort Silicon Invitational that's coming up later this month on the 20th. This is the flyer that was created and provided to the boosters that are sending out to all the teams. So they're being given this flyer with information as well as a link to that dedicated, that's a screen grab of the dedicated page on the website. Again, with the idea of, hey, while you're here with the team, go head over to Burr's Restaurant, go to Cars, go hang out at Catapult, go do all these things that you can do in Lakewood. So just driving people here. And then of course, what hotels they could stay in. Next slide. So as I mentioned, our goal is to really just keep this up. We think that we've got it dialed in. Things are going well. I think, now it's just keeping that activity consistent and not falling off, and just making sure that we're still present and in front of folks. Next slide. That's that on Nearcation. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you all might have on that specifically.
I have a question just because I hear it from residents. Because they did hear a lot of the radio spots for Summerfest and a lot of the ads for Summerfest. And the question came up was, why are we advertising this so heavily to those outside of Lakewood? Isn't it supposed to be really for Lakewood residents? And we're creating more traffic, more this, more that for people for free.
That's a great question. I think that the event has grown to be outside of Lakewood. I think it started as, a much smaller event, but it's reached the status of a regional draw. I will say one of the recommendations I've given for next year is to maybe dial back a little bit on the advertising. I think we can keep the same number, but I think we maybe could lessen the time in which it's going out, be a little bit more targeted with where we're advertising, in the intent to not keep trying to blow this event up bigger and bigger, because we don't want to exceed capacity, right? Like we have to live within the means in which we have. To the exclusion of
residents,
Yeah, agreed. Because some people are I'm sure there's plenty of people that are like, no, I don't want to go because I don't want to deal with it. And then there's others who are like, oh, I love that I can walk there and go home and come back and use my own bathroom or whatever. But yeah, I think that would probably need to be also a bigger conversation that's just had at the level of maybe it's a look at what is this event? Is this still meeting the targeted desires that we have? Do we want to pull back? I mean, the benefits of it is bringing more people into the city who are then
Visibility, right?
spending money here. I think some of the data that we saw shows that they leave the park and they go spend their money at local businesses. They go shop, they go eat, they go do that. So I
It'd
think
be
there's a
interesting to
bump.
try to harness some of that data someday, so we could say it does have an economic impact. We think anecdotally it does.
Yeah,
Be kind of nice to figure out
but it'd
how
be
to
nice to know that for
capture
certain.
that, yeah.
Yeah, and we've explored different opportunities out there with different companies that try to do that. And I think, one of the things that's hard is we've yet to find a company that can really dial that into a level where
Right.
we feel confident that we could then publicly say, these numbers were collected ethically, two, that they're accurate. So I think we're still kind of waiting for that. So if there's any
Right.
tech people listening that
Right,
want to
right.
develop that,
I keep
we
thinking
got a
if we
cash
charged
market.
$5 to $10 a car for parking, we'd probably make back the money.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. And I mean, you do have to, that could be a good conversation to be had. We've really pushed free again with the mindset of we want it to be accessible for all people, especially in our community. But at some point, when have you tipped the scales and now you need to look at charging for certain things?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Very good. Question?
I mean, if we're talking
Yeah.
just about the dollars
Mhm.
and cents, it's an awful lot of money to be requesting on an annual basis if somehow you're going to be exclusionary to folks from outside of the community, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
because
right.
lodging tax dollars,
Supposed to be
goal
for tourism
is-
related, yeah.
yeah, for
Yeah.
heads and beds, right?
Mhm.
So, that's another question that we should seriously be having a discussion about.
Well, yeah, I mean, the request is for the marketing of that event. I guess the question that Parks and Council has to noodle over is, are we outgrowing that event
Mhm.
beyond the benefit of the residents or not? I don't know.
Precisely.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but if it has a tourism related impact, which we all think it does, otherwise we wouldn't be here, and an impact favorably on the business community for that weekend, right? Then that's a good thing for the city. And if it brings more visibility for people who go, oh gosh, I heard about this place called Lakewood. Oh, it's how beautiful it is. Maybe I'd like to move here. Maybe I'd like to, consider starting a business here or whatever. There are some seed planting benefit that you get from an organized event like Summerfest for sure. But it's just the questions I was receiving from folks who are struggling to,
Yeah, understandable.
fight the traffic to get in there and going, why are we advertising this to Heather and Jan? Heather and Jan. Yeah.
Because lodging tax funds it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Well, great. Thank you very much for that one. What's the next one on your agenda?
So the next one is for the Sister Cities Lakewood 30th anniversary.
Sister City Lakewood 30th anniversary. I see Connie Coleman Lackley back there. Does she need to come
Okay.
up for that too?
She will have a separate one, but we
Okay.
will be working very closely with the Lakewood Sister Cities Association on this.
Okay.
However, the city is the entity that's applying for the funds
it.
for this.
Okay.
To just frankly help. I think it's a lot of undertaking for the volunteers as well. So we're able to streamline some things a little bit more efficiently for them as well in this regard, but it will be definitely a side-by-side endeavor.
So this is an additional ask that we didn't have last year, right?
Correct. And in fact, last year, we initially did not have any Sister Cities asks, and then we had to come in for that emergency meeting, you'll recall earlier this year, because we were
For the
informed
K-pop.
that we were gonna have the K-pop group visit. And so we did end up doing just a little something to help support that visit.
Right.
And just so I'm clear before you start, we are going to see two Sister Cities asks today.
Yes.
One from the city and one from the organization itself for $132,000.
And
total.
theirs will be specific to their international festival, so completely separate from what I'll be speaking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. So you can go to next slide. So just for those who aren't familiar with the Sister City, it's basically a way to work with cities in other countries and kind of create those people-to-people relationships. understanding the different cultural exchanges. Specifically in Lakewood, our sister cities have to a degree mirrored some of our populations here in the city as well. A lot of times there's been personal connections that have resulted in those sister city relationships happening. And, you know, it gives a little bit of history back to actually 1956 when Sister Cities International was founded by President Eisenhower. Just for awareness for how things work in Lakewood, as we just noted, there's the Lakewood Sister Cities Association, which is a nonprofit, and they operate independently from the city of Lakewood. The city obviously is the one that has the Sister Cities partnerships, but that's largely done through the work of the Lakewood Sister Cities Association. And there's a lot of just, you know, working very closely together, but there's sort of a nuanced relationship there too. So, and I, you know, it's a little complicated on explaining the nonprofit status and why it has to be that way. But just for your awareness, as you can see, the Sister Cities International is also a nonpartisan nonprofit.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you know roughly, or maybe Jason, anybody here that knows, I know Tacoma has sister cities. How many other cities in Pierce County have sister cities or are part of that?
I think a number of them do. So I know specifically Gig Harbor has some, I know Tacoma has 9. I think it's, yeah, I think it's actually pretty common. There's definitely other cities that have also joined this program. Lieutenant Governor Heck has also really made it a priority within the Lieutenant Governor's office to expand the state's sister cities relationships. And they have a whole program as well that they're trying to work with cities to expand with the concept of reaching out and learning from others, kind of that global perspective.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Got it.
Next slide, please. So just for awareness, Lakewood has 3 sister cities and 1 friendship city. So a friendship city is effectively, it's kind of like when you're courting each other, you decide, hey, we have some mutual interests, or we'd like to get to know you better. And then you can go from there and say, okay, now we'd like to submit our intent to become an official sister city, which basically just kind of steps up your commitment to each other and your willingness to do exchanges. And it's everything from cultural exchanges where you might have dignitaries from the different cities coming to visit, or student exchanges. So there's a big focus on like college student exchanges. We've been in talks with Pierce College and their international program about how we could maybe try to do some exchanges within our sister cities. So as you can see, our oldest one is Okinawa, Japan. That was established in 2001. Then we have Boeing La Union in the Philippines from 2006. And then Gimhae from the Republic of Korea. We had friendship city status with them in 2006, but most recently in 2022, they came here to sign an agreement with the mayor and with the Lakewood Sister Cities Association to become formal sister cities. And then our friendship city in Hainan province in China, they are looking to try to strengthen that relationship with us, and they'll be here later this year and then potentially again next year. So a lot of this is just, as we say, the partnership is to maintain those exchanges. I would say Gimhae is one of the ones that we've done the most with. So we've had their student artwork come into Lakewood. We've done exchanges with them where we've sent stuff during COVID. I think I mentioned this before. They actually sent us PPE. They from literally their door to our door, arranged for the port, the shipment, everything. So it just shows you all the different ways in which we interact. Next slide, please. Here's just a couple of the photos. So the one on the left is with the mayor and the mayor of Gimhae, and that was shortly after they signed the agreement, becoming sister cities. And then the lower right corner is the actual signing. On the top, that was from 2 Summerfests ago now, when we hosted a delegation from Gimhae and they came to the International Festival, and we did a formal welcoming on the stage, and we're able to show them our area. Next slide, please. And then this is a visit that was done in Gimhae, where we had a formal meeting with, as you can see, some of our council members, the mayor and their council member and their delegation. So that was for one of their big annual events that they celebrate, their Gaia Cultural Festival. They invited us to attend and learn about their culture and their history. Next slide. So next year is Lakewood's 30th anniversary. And as a part of that, it was requested that we look to invite delegates from each of our sister and friendship cities to come to the celebration. And as I noted earlier, that will be done very closely in tandem with the Sister Cities Association, because we're going to need to rely on them heavily for support for that, as well as that's how our working relationship is. So the goal for that would be, we've already met to talk about what does that look like. What we've decided is we will extend the invitation to up to 5 delegates per city. So a total of 20 people that we would be able to cover their visit. If they want to send more than that, we would just diplomatically and politely communicate that that would have to be on their own dime. But the goal would be to have them come to Summerfest, and Summerfest that's what we as a city have decided will also be the 30th anniversary celebration. So we won't hold a separate celebration. We'll fold it into what we already are doing. And then, of course, have the Lakewood International Festival, the Sister Cities International Festival stage. So that would be also where we would recognize each group. And one of the things that we've talked about with the Sister Cities Association is, they always have these wonderful performances of from different countries and cultures around the world. So trying to make sure that we reflect the cities and the countries that we have from our Sister Cities Association on the stage, so they can see the performances from our folks here doing the traditional performances from their respective countries and linking up. A lot of times it's youth. So getting them the opportunity to meet each other, we thought would be a really awesome opportunity for our kids to meet folks from the countries in which, maybe their ancestors are from or that they're performing from. So that was one idea that we've had. And then of course we would take them around the area and let them see Lakewood, Pierce County, just do that sort of diplomatic visit piece of that as well. And then of course our partner agencies as well. So we've done Northwest Seaport Alliance visits. We're going to actually have, as I was saying before the meeting started, a number of Washington state officials that will be coming in later this month for a visit to meet. So one of the things that'll happen through this, though, is strengthening those ties with these partners and looking at those opportunities. Our Chinese delegation is very intent on expanding economically, what that could look like here. That's a big push for them, as well as, I think, the school opportunities. So actually China has already, last year, it just was too short a notice. They even extended an opportunity for high school students to go to China and do an exchange with students there. And if we could get that to work out where we could actually do it in a way that would work, I think it'd be a great opportunity for some of our students to get to go to another continent and learn about a whole nother country. And then other things that we've talked about that are still floating out there. So they're not at this point of being completed, but doing some sort of soccer tournament or exchange where teams from the respective countries could come play against our teams here and have those cultural exchanges as well, where we're integrating youth into it and expanding those experiences for our families, and just that promotion of the cultural awareness piece as well. Next slide. And that is all I have. So thank you. Happy to answer questions if I can.
So the proposed 92,000, do you know any sort of breakdown on what that?
Sure. The bulk of that will probably be for hotel cost for 20 people. So probably about 42,000-ish, just ballpark, trying to use past experiences. And then transportation costs, because we'll need to hire transportation. And then of course, just any expenditures around meals. So the 3 big prices are the hotel, the food, and the transportation.
And this would be to bring all delegations from all 3 cities here.
All the cities. So that's also assuming that they send someone. So, I mean, it's hard because we're ballpark estimating it. If they choose, maybe one city says, sorry, we can't come, then we don't have to incur that expense. But we operated off of the assumption that everybody's going to send 5 people, and using the budget that we had, the reality of what we actually spent when we had a delegation here 1 year ago, last summer. That sort of was the ballpark that we used for what those costs were. And we tried to multiply that by the total number of people. So.
And those funds last year were paid out of just the general fund or the Sister City Fund or a combo?
For
When Gimhe came last year?
When they
last summer?
came, that was LTAC. So we applied for 35,000 LTAC, and that came from LTAC. And then the K-pop group this summer was
It was
also
LTAC, yeah, I
Mhm.
remember that.
But the city did pick up some expenses out of its general fund for things that LTAC could not cover. So there were some incurrence there.
Okay, any other questions? Dean?
No questions? Bryn, you will be missed here.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Linda doesn't know. I don't want to say on camera.
Yeah, it's been huge. Yeah. Thank you for all your work. Yeah, it's been great. Okay, Dana, I think we've got Connie Coleman Lackady for Lakewood Sister City Association. Tourism related activity. Interesting. Right. Well, tourism promotions, the umbrella, right? So it's bringing in people from other countries, and that's a good question. Welcome. We're doing okay. You are between us and lunch, so, let that be a lesson.
Well, I just put together some pictures of the Summerfest, the International Festival this year, which was, as you probably already heard, we had over 57,000 people there on Saturday, and the weather was more accommodating throughout the day. But just to give you an idea of some of the events that we had, we increased the types of entertainment to cover more countries like Costa Rica and stuff like that. But in doing that, we had to pay a little bit more money, but because there were larger groups and more entertaining, and they really got the audience interested and interactive with them. So we are asking a little bit more this year because of that increase in entertainment costs and our sound system and stage lighting. We lose a little bit of the later entertainment groups because they can't be seen on the stage because there's no lighting. So it's built into the sound system person's budget, which increased, it doubled this year, a little bit more than double. And we're actually going to introduce a couple of different countries this coming year as well. We did find out because of the newer entertainment groups, they're larger, and our accommodations for changing rooms was a little bit too small. So we're going to have to purchase a couple more 10 by 10s, just so, because they're so tight with each other, and when they come as a big group, they need both tents that we have. We used to have a men and a women, but now it's like whatever group can get there. So we're gonna have to add a couple of more of those type of dressing rooms. And a little bit more, this year, we didn't let anybody be on this, on the pavement, because that was where they did the interactive participation, and more people were able to participate in that. And it drew more people from all over the area to our stage, which was very nice. Couple of other things that we need to do is we need to get our website up to date, and we're having a couple of people to help do that. And so that was an increased cost, because we do get advertisement through the city and on their website, but a lot of people want to go to our website, and sometimes our sister cities would like to visit our website like they used to do in the past. So we're going to be trying to get that up to date, as well as one of the things that I learned from working with Bran and Sally is that to have an assistant coordinator, we did that in the past, like several years ago, we used to have one, and then we've just kind of put it aside, because a lot of, as you know, during COVID, we ended up not using a lot of our LTAC money. This year, we used it to down to a few dollars, and it was well worth it. The investment we made into that stage was amazing. We also have acquired a professional MC, which really helped a lot as well. It wasn't, there was no language barrier or anything like that, and everybody was really thrilled, and he was very entertaining and working with the audience and with the entertainers. So anyway, that's where our biggest expenses were for an increase. And also that since we have 4 of our cities being invited to come for our 30th anniversary, I know that Bran is doing the sister city thing for the city, for the lodging and the transportation and things like that. And so what the association is doing is taking an expense of the meals and some of the gifts. So I put in there for us to take care of the dinners and luncheons and things like that, and the farewell and the welcome into our budget this time. So you can go ahead and just go through those if you want, but this was one of our new groups, and they're actually going to be entertaining with La Familia coming up. And this is always a big hit, the Lion Dance from Seattle. And they got really involved with the crowd as well. I think this is the first year that we've had the grass knoll that we have there totally full all day long. And of course, the weather helped a little bit too. Yeah. So these are few of our interactive groups. And one of our ones that we added this year, they kept having encores. They kept saying one more song. So everybody was very well received. And of course, we had K-pop there. That helped a lot too. They were amazing. And I know they were at the main stage as well. But this isn't a given. But most of my budget is pretty much the same as it has, same areas as it has been in the past, but it's just increased because of the cost. And I have to say that this is not this year's fire dance because the picture that I had was really fuzzy. This is from last year, but he's had the same performance as he did last year. So biggest increase in our budget was, some of the new entertainment, the sound system and the lighting, lunch and dinner for the sister cities that are going to be visiting, and, the website and things like that.
So the sound system and the lighting, does that stay with the city in the pavilion there?
I'm sorry?
The sound system and the lighting, does that stay with us? No?
No, it won't, but it would be something that we would probably want to consider for the pavilion.
So we are renting, these are rental
Yes,
expenses?
it's-
Okay, got it.
It's a sound guy that, and we've
Okay.
actually had this sound system company for the last 3 or 4 years, and they do an awesome job.
Sure.
And they're very accommodating. But like everybody, their costs go up,
Mhm.
and actually, I estimated a little bit low because I didn't get his estimate in until after I submitted my proposal, my application, and it was $1,000 higher than I thought it would be, so. But I think we'll be fine with what I did propose, so.
Okay.
Even though it is a little bit higher,
Right.
you can always lose money from another area, so.
Okay, any questions? No?
So anyway, thank you for your
Appreciate it.
consideration.
As I'm telling everybody, kind of just so we all know, the asks this year exceed the available monies by about 350 grand. So we're gonna have to take a hard look at all of them. Last year, we had the ability to fully fund everyone's ask, and this year, everyone's ask is higher. So we're gonna have to figure out how to accommodate everyone as best we can. Yeah, we got 350 in over asks vis-a-vis,
Well, I guess I
available
should go
funds.
back and do some chopping.
yeah, all of us. Yeah.
Well, I hope that, and for us to have that many people come to the area was amazing this year. And
Right.
I know we've had 40,000 and stuff like that, but to have that big of a group up until the last minute,
Right, no,
it's awesome.
absolutely.
So.
Does
thank
bring
you
a lot
all.
of people in, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And it's been great working with Brent.
Absolutely.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Well, that's the last presentation we have before our lunch break, or do we have one more? Oh, yeah. So we'll take our recess right now until 1. Great.
And then another, the Beloved community was, something that MLK started and to come on very long. So our totes have Beloved community on one side.
Very nice.
And these are local artists, so.
Thank you. And just for those who may be watching from home, just real quick, we're back on the record and we're going through the City of Lakewood Summerfest, Farmers Market, Pavilion Concert Series, Street Festival, Fiesta de Familia, and MLK Beloved Community presentations.
Can you hear me now? There we go. So first of all, I just want to thank you so much for the lodging tax money that I received for the events last year. I use it judiciously and we always max it out. We're always in the green for our events though, so that we're not coming up short for the city and reaching as many people as we can. Do you have an order? Let's see. So we'll start with the Summerfest.
Okay.
The highlight of Summerfest is that we got some communication from Pacer AI, and they measured the cell phones at the event. 57,000 people had cell phones. That's not including the children and everyone else who did not. So that was a very big number, and all the comments and how we felt personally is it went as smoothly as it possibly could have, and everyone was safe. So it was such a highlight. This event really was a highlight for everyone and those who attended. For this year, I asked for more money. There were 2 points in particular for that. One is the request for the drone show. So we really do need a grand finale. I'm not going to do the balloon glow. So I didn't ask for 30,000 for the drone show. I think I asked for 23,000 because the balloon glows around 7 to 12,000. And then the remaining was to cover the cost of public works. They buy gravel, they rent reader boards, they have dust control, they have to get a truck for that. They rent lights, and we have to rent more lights for safety. This year we rented more. I think they're $40,000 out of their budget that they spend that they don't have allocated from the city. So they really wanted me to include that this year. Next year, it's August 15th. And we'll have the same format.
One of the questions I had, Sally, was whether or not it makes any sense feasibly and financially to start charging for something, you know, like parking even, to recoup some of the costs, because as you just mentioned, I mean, the dust remediation stuff, the extra lights, the extra, you know, directional control, the staffers to direct traffic, even if we charge $5 or $10 a car, it might do something, because it's a wonderful event, beautiful. But we would get feedback from some community members that they feel like we're advertising to hinder and yawn, getting tons of people coming to enjoy it at some expense to the residents. So how do we balance that?
That's a good point. That's something to think about for sure. I think there's lots of possibilities there.
Any other questions on the Summerfest? Ask. And how much do we get in sponsorships typically for that event?
Right around 35,000.
Okay.
I think we do get a good turnout because all of our advertising is focused on it's free. I mean, you look at the population that comes, we get a low-income population at this event. And I guess I'm really passionate about having a place for families to go and at least have like one good memory as a family, that they can come here and not have to pay anything except for food, which is a significant cost.
Right.
But I'm always open to ideas. Thank you.
You guys have any questions on Summerfest? Nope. Okay.
So
Nope.
the increase in cost, let me explain to me one more time. It was for dust control,
A drone show.
lighting.
And then all
Drone
the
show.
public works costs, yeah. So lighting rentals, dust control, the trucks and vans that are associated with all of that maintenance, the reader board rental, the all in all, Scott gave me his budget and it's over $40,000 just for all the things that they do. We also had 27 police at the event. You know, there's just a lot of hidden costs that we've never pulled into my budget that I submit for lodging tax.
Okay, thank you.
I've also, you know, hired a full-time person to assist me just with these events because they've grown so much. That's not manageable for me. So that is a cost that I take out of the lodging tax, thankfully.
Okay.
The farmer's market. Fabulous. Really, there were no changes this year. it continues to grow. The revenue continues to grow for the vendors. We're at about $750,000 in vendor sales for the market season. It continues to attract families, people from all over. We always do surveys. The surveys are reflective of the people that come from outside the 50-mile radius and outside the state, and how they spend money at other areas. You know, they might spend money at the market and then they stay a long time because they stay for the summer concert, but then they might go to Safeway and get their rice and bread and some things that they can't get at the market. So it's been tremendous for economic development in the city. And we'll do the same thing next year, same day, same time, same format.
Yeah, the location has become a win, hasn't it?
Yeah, so lovely.
Perfect place.
Yeah.
If you had a facility such as the, let's say, renovated H barn,
Hmm.
do you think there'd be appetite or desire for like winter markets indoors?
Oh my gosh, yes. You know, these vendors are always asking me, are you doing a Christmas market? Are you doing a fall market? There is so much potential. Yes, absolutely, 100%. That would be like a dream come true.
Got it. You guys have any questions on that, on the farmer's market? It's a great event, beautifully done.
Thank you.
Perfect location.
Yeah. The concert series, you know, I feel like this was the first year we really gained the traction we've been looking for. Word's out, we get top-notch bands. We really had such a different population this year, all ages. And everyone was so, we fill the pavilion area now up to the fence. I was really pleased with that. And we'll do the same exact thing next year. Tagging it onto the farmer's market, which really helps their sales and again, helps people stay longer in Lakewood and then they spend more money in Lakewood.
Well, they enjoy having the food options for sure.
Mm-hmm. It's nice to see you out there. Did you go to all of them this year?
A couple of them.
Yeah.
But we had those competing desserts on the driveway thing.
Oh, right. I forgot about
So
that.
we ended up having to show up.
Yeah, I love that
multiple
idea though.
locations. How about the street festival?
Oh, the street festival was such a hit. So it was May 30th
Mhm.
and it kicks off our season. And it was so fun. I was so pleased. It really,
Right next door to you. Yeah.
it was perfect timing because it wasn't too hot. That location doesn't have a lot of shade.
Right.
And it was a wonderful turnout. It's just kind of a very fun-loving event. About a week before, I decided I would add vendors, and that filled up really quickly. And I think I know everyone really enjoyed it. So
A question for you, because you mentioned a winter market. Does it make any sense to try to do some sort of a one winter market on the plaza? You know, with some vendors and,
I don't know how we do that without a covered area.
okay. Yeah, the inclement weather's tough enough. I
It's
know that when we do the tree lighting, we've got a few vendors around and that's hard for
Yeah.
them to get a lot of traction probably.
It's a little bit tricky with the road closure and everything.
Right, okay.
But Jason, it's not, if we have the bandwidth with staff, it's not something we couldn't try for sure. I know the vendors would probably come out. Yeah. I'll write that down.
Something to think about, but, or maybe one Chris Kindle market or something like that, you know. Beginning of the season.
It'd be really, it's such a festive street
Mm-hmm.
with the lighting. Yeah.
And now we got Fiesta de la Familia.
And, so that was where Fiesta de la Familia was born. We started with a big art tent on the street festival, and it just, it really bubbled up from that, which was really so amazing, and moved to the park. And so this will be our third year at the park. And last year we probably had 7,000 or 8,000 people. We added the Mexican dancing horses, which are just phenomenal. And it's such a lovely event, 12 to 6, so quite manageable. And it really does attract people from all over. And our cowboys come from Skagit Valley.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very good. And then the last one, the Beloved Community event. So what are we doing this year?
Yeah, so the Beloved Community, we have our MLK event. And the city council, we made a presentation and Dr. Scott came and they concurred that City of Lakewood would be a beloved community. And then we did a series of workshops. We hope to continue those. They were incredibly successful and meaningful to those people who came. And we had leaders come from all over King and Pierce and South King County. They came to these workshops led by Dr. Scott, whose mentor was MLK's speechwriter. He has his doctorate and he actually works on beloved community around the country. And it's just amazing that he showed up at our yoga studio. And it's just an incredible story. I had no idea he did this. And then anyways, so we really want to gain more traction with that, bringing in more leaders from around Washington State to come to the pavilion to do these workshops, which are for like 25 people. They're more intimate workshops where they can go back and create a beloved community in their own towns or cities. And we'd like to have an event as well, similar to what we did. That cup is from it. We also gave out a book by Thich Nhat Hanh. We gave out hearts and we had bookmarks that have the 21 traits of a beloved community. And then people did a walk around the lake and it had all the signs of what it means to be a beloved community, kind of all the characteristics, so that people could see and start registering what that actually means. And the mural was kind of fit into it. The mural is the Beloved Community mural by Perico the artist. So we'd like to grow and expand that. The ask went up, but it was a small to begin with. So it was 10,000. That went very, very, very quickly. So the ask is 20,000 and that will pay for the workshops and the event and the swag. And some keynotes talks, for example, at the MLK event, Dr. Scott will speak.
Got it. Well, that concludes all of the city asks. And as I told everyone, all of the asks together collectively exceed what we've got to give by about 350,000.
Okay.
So we're having to look to make this all jive as best we can.
Understandable. Okay.
Are there any numbers in there that could be soft if we have to pare down the city's ask?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the drone show is spectacular. It's a wow factor. That's, it's $30,000 to do that. So that's a big cut. I wouldn't want to cut any of the other elements. And I certainly can't cut down on staffing or the prep work or anything that involves safety.
Right.
The beloved, we might be able to take $5,000 off the Fiesta.
Okay.
Because I'm getting more and more sponsorships. The businesses really like the idea of sponsoring this event. So maybe 5,000 to 10,000 off the Fiesta that I could supplement with sponsorships.
Okay. How about Beloved Community?
The street festival I could probably do for 7,000. The Beloved Community.
Maybe 10.
I wouldn't really want to go below 15,000 because those workshops are what get people in from outside the 50-mile radius.
Okay.
And so those would be my suggestions.
Okay. And if we wanted to do the drone show, we just have to work with the city manager to try to find the funding, right? Elsewhere in the general.
Right, that's how it was originally paid for. So that was an addition. People really asked for it. They came expecting it. It's hard to cut something, when you've built up expectations or everything.
So what do
But
we do?
like I said, I won't do the balloon globe because we're keeping up the baseball fencing now because of the revenue that generates and how hard it is to take it up and down. So there's not room for the balloon glow.
That saves us $7,500.
So almost 12,000.
Okay. So then we really only need to find 18 for the drone.
Right, right. Well, yeah. Right around there.
Okay.
And you know, it's also the 250th birthday. America's birthday is our 30th anniversary, and it's all taking place at Summerfest.
Oh, is that right?
So that's something to think about too. Like of all the years, it needs a big bang. It's for our 30th, and we'll have, I think, 4 of our sister cities there that year, next year.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look at the Sister City Ask too. It's a big one.
The street festival, you know, that's the one. It's mostly staff costs and then my contractors.
Right.
So I will never be able to really get a sponsor for that, but I could squeeze it down to 7. I think I said that 7,000.
Okay. What are we spending the 78 on the farmer's market? Now that we've got sponsors, is that all? Staff time
Yeah,
and total
that's
staff?
well, the totes and staffing is just so staff intensive.
Yeah.
We have 1, 2, 3, 5 full-time staff and then a couple part-time staff. It's just, so the parks team doesn't work past 2. So then we have to bring in everyone to do the garbage and
Okay,
and
so we
all of
are
that.
out of pocket on that beyond the general fund FTE costs.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that some of that overtime stuff too? Yeah. Okay.
I could get less totes, you know, and I have a lot of leftover from this year. I mean, what was it, 7? Did I ask 78?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Can you sell the totes?
Pardon?
Can you sell the totes?
Oh, you know, I think it's not so much, it's the staffing, you know, I brought on Lonnie and I pay for her through lodging tax, so.
Okay.
I could not do this without help, so.
No, you need that help.
I'll let you make the hard decisions, but you
Thanks.
know the drill,
Yeah,
right?
I get it, yeah. All right, well, thank you for everything.
Thank you so
Marvelous
much.
work all year.
Thank you, it's such a privilege, I appreciate it.
Yeah. That does conclude the application presentations, correct? So we have completed the application presentations. And now we're at that portion of the meeting agenda where we have discussion by and between the Lodging Tax Committee members about how best to recommend the funding allocations given the amount of monies we have. So I'll kind of open it up for discussion. I know, Dean, you've been working on some stubby pencil work over there. What do you think?
Well, typically when you run into something like this and you've got a robust group here with, you know, reasonable asks, first move would, one strategy is to start by going back to last year's award amounts and use that as the starting point for this year's. So
why don't we start at the top and think about that? So maybe what, 15 for grave concerns, your thought is?
that would be what last year's was. Yeah.
Okay.
So, so we just start by we pick
Okay.
those numbers and then we can decide if
Got
kind of
it.
haircut after that. So grave concerns would be at 15. Historic Forest Silicon Association, 12. Asia Pacific, 15. Asia Pacific, 15. Visit Tacoma Pierce County, 150. Lake World Gardens, 200. Chamber, 132.5. Historical Society, 38. And if I transposed any of these wrong, let me know, because I was writing them down from the other sheet.
Yeah,
So
let me take a look here. Historical Society 38.
Playhouse at 100. They were 100 last year. Okay, and this is where I had a problem. I did the next one on the sheet says Lakewood Sister Cities. My sheet said $0 in 2025.
We were 23.5, I think, actually.
I couldn't, yeah, so.
Yeah.
couldn't find it must have had a different, this, mine says 0 right there. Yeah, they didn't add. And that was
We didn't have any? I'm looking at the meeting minutes. We had a recommended funding on your meeting minutes here that we just approved at 23.5.
Did that come in outside? It didn't make it on this sheet. And they were 23,950. Let's see before that. Yeah, it felt weird to me, because I thought we had something in there last year.
Yeah.
So.
Do you know what the deal was? So the meeting minutes that we approved today had our funding recommendation for sister cities at 23,500. But on the information sheet provided for us for today, the table of the 6-year history of grant awards shows a 0 for Lakewood Sister Cities Association for 2025. So I'm a little confused on that. I know we had some amount in there. And at the very least, we should have the K-pop in there because that was part of 2025's award.
Sister Cities Association was 23.9, that was Collins. Or City of Lakewood.
Correct. Correct. Yeah. So it was just the, oh, I see. It's under Gimhae delegation visit. City of Lakewood for 2025 award history 23.5. You see that? Plus the K-pop. Plus. Okay. A little confusing, but.
That was the same.
No.
Okay, so. To keep us moving, I think, and to just simplify the drill right now, then I'm gonna just put this year's funding request under Lakewood City Sisters as at 42 on the, like that was last year's.
Okay.
We'll asterisk it, we know it's not. Okay, moving on. Lakewood Marketing, City of Lakewood Marketing Promotion at 80K, also last year.
She was okay with 70.
Well, I'm just putting with it, starting with last year's number. We'll adjust after that, right? And then City of Lakewood Sister Cities. Again, I moved this year's request over just to 92 because I couldn't make it jive with last year's straight across. I just needed a number, so we'll asterisk that one also. Summerfest last year was at 210. Farmers Market at 78. Concert Series at 30. Street Festival at 10. Familia at 35. MLK at 10. And I'll leave the capital out. So that those numbers should get us to 1,239,500. Okay. We need to cut another 85,198 to get to budget. So we can start with recommendations we got, that from the bottom, we could take 5 out of MLK.
So 15, right?
Correct.
Okay, 15 for that.
We can take 10 out of Familia, bring it to 25. Take 3 out of Street Fest, that takes it to 7. I'm gonna stop there in the city block because all the rest are flat and the next cut would be Summerfest. And we're already setting that back to last year's value. So she was asking 280 this year, and if we use last year as the benchmark, then it's at 210 already. So it's got a deep cut already.
Mm-hmm. If you stay at 210, right?
Yeah. I will, let's see here, I will cut 25 out of mine. Takes me down to 125. So this 65, 70, 73, and we've got about 7,000 to go, roughly. I'm spitballing.
I think we'd take, I would drop grave concerns down to maybe 12 to 13.
Okay, so
let's do 12. Yeah. Historic Fort Steilacoom, maybe we could take them down to cut them to a quick little bit, maybe 10. Asia Pacific, do we want to leave it at 15 or?
Yeah, she's been flat every year, and they just, open the new things. I think that gets us there. I think we'll probably.
Lakewood Gardens at 2.
Yes.
Chamber, keeping it flat at 132. Your thought is, Linda? I know it's tough, but what do you think?
For the minutes and for next year and future, it's always a good reminder to applicants to watch, to be cautious on big leaps. So some of these in here, like the Playhouse, going from 100 to 200, the LTAC just doesn't have room for that kind of jump.
Agreed.
And those kinds of jumps from anybody are going to be a risk.
Well, unless there's a significant program that's
Something,
attached.
yeah, something
right?
really, mega, but, so it's just, awesome presentation, great group, but that's just the kind of leap you can't make within an LTAC just philosophically.
Right.
So I wonder if we could give them, 10,000 to go to 110 maybe. Let's see what that number looks like. I'll do my calculations here. Let's see. And then we've got Lakewood Sister Cities.
Okay, yeah. So actually, that's 2 we haven't talked about because I did the values I used in this budget are what they asked for at 42 and 92. I feel like that 92 is pretty robust, and we heard earlier that there's some lodging fees baked into that could probably be.
Maybe we back that down to 60 from 92.
Yeah.
And then we got the marketing promotion. She said she'd be okay backing down to 70. So let's see what that gives us. So going from the top down, just for fun.
Yep.
12,000 plus 10 for historic or Steilacoom, just because we got to cut a little bit.
Yep.
15 for Asia Pacific.
Yep.
125 is at Tacoma. Yep. 200 for Lakewood Gardens.
Yep.
132. Let's just keep the numbers flat if that's okay. Then 132 as opposed to 132.5.
Okay.
Just because it makes my math easier. 38. Yep. For History Museum, which is cut for them. Correct. 110 for Lakewood Playhouse. Let's just see what that looks like. 42 for Sister Cities Association. 70 for marketing promotion. 60,000 for City of Lakewood Sister Cities, correct?
Correct.
210 for Summerfest. 78 for farmer's market. 30,000 for concert series. 7,000 for street festival. 25 for fiesta. And then 15,000 for beloved community.
Correct.
That gives me 1179.
79.
And there's still a little bit over, aren't we? 1179,000, unless I added wrong. As compared to 1154,302, right?
I'm sorry, say that the last thing.
Oh, you guys are doing it on the screen. How nice. Yeah, let's go down from the top. Sorry about that. I didn't realize you were doing the
We're all
handiwork.
hunched over our
Yeah,
paperwork.
we're doing stubby pencil here. Okay, so 12 grand you got correct. And we thought 10, the next one. Then 15 for Asia Pacific. 125 for visit Tacoma Pierce County. 200 for Lakewood Gardens. 132 flat for Chamber. 38 for History Museum. 110 for Playhouse. 42 for Sister Cities. 70 for Marketing Promotion. 60 for Lakewood Sister Cities. 210, correct, for Summerfest. 78 for Farmers Market. 30 for Pavilion. 7 for Street Festival. 25 for Fiesta. 15 grand for Beloved Community. So what's that get us? So our delta should be should only be about 23 off, right? Or 25 off? Yeah, we're missing 24. We're over 24,698. Is that right? Okay. Yeah, what's the thought? Maybe, holy cow. Maybe the Sister City thing has to go down to 50, not 60 for 92. I know next year's the big to-do. With all of them coming over, that might be hard. We might have to get some sponsorships. What do you think, Linda? Is better?
Smart thing to do, yeah.
Yeah, let's try 50 on that. Because it's jumping from 0 to
Yeah, that's
50, yeah.
exponential there.
Yeah. Maybe take out 3 from Asia Pacific up top. No, third one down. Yep. 13. I guess 12, 13. We'll see how that works. Let's see. Holy cow. Come on. Let's go to Lakewood Gardens. 200 last year.
200 last year.
Let's go to, can't hit this historical museum too much.
What would 190 look like
Which one?
for Lakewold if we went down to 190?
We could do 190 on Lakewold.
Mhm.
Try 190 on Lakewold. So then let's do 75 on Farmers Market. Farmers Market 75. 75,000 from 78. There you go. What do you guys think? What do you think, Linda?
Yeah.
I mean, I think Sally is gonna be able to either lessen the amount of totes that she has to buy or get a little bit more sponsorship for the farmer's market.
But it's not going to take away from the overall quality of the event or the experience.
The
right?
one hit is Summerfest a little bit, so we're gonna have to figure that out.
Yeah.
But, you know, I love, it's just me talking, but we spend a lot of money for everyone to have a completely free experience in all these events, which is good, but it's a lot of money.
Yes.
What do you think? I know that's what it's for. If it brings in tourism from the outside. Right.
And no tourism experience is free.
Right.
It just isn't. When you travel and go out and about, there are very few tours that you take or venues that you visit that you don't pay for.
Right.
So why should we think any less of of what the quality of our experiences are here in Lakewood?
Mhm.
It's time to move up to the next level, right?
Meaning charge people
I
something?
think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Mhm.
It's an entire day and evening of
So you-
great free
So we're
stuff to
saying the
do.
same thing, I think, right?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It's a great experience for the family. Couple of dollars for parking and,
Yeah, I
for
think at some
whatever.
point, just to subsidize our costs of doing
Agreed.
the engineering work and the
road crew
dust
and,
lay down
yeah.
and all that stuff, yeah.
well, and the staff that it requires to
Mhm.
cover, yeah. I wouldn't be apologetic about that at all.
Okay. Especially because people ask us, you're paying all this money for outsiders to come and enjoy what we're
Exactly.
paying for.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's hard to
It's hard. Yeah.
disagree.
Mhm.
Okay, well, if this is the recommendation, do I have a motion second for? Oh, the capital, excuse me, yes, the capital contribution, what's the thought there? It seems to me the group was comfortable with that.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Dan.
Motion to approve then the adjusted budget to meet the budget as presented.
Recommended funding, thank you, Dean, do you have a second?
You have a second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by the Lodging Tax Committee that we recommend to the city council funding for the 17 funding requests for non-capital in the amount of $1,154,000 and for the additional single capital request for the H-Bar renovation at $2 million for a total recommended funding to the Lakewood City Council of $3,154,000 out of the monies available, which is in budget with $302 remaining and additional capital funds remaining for a later consideration. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor of the recommendation, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The recommendation carries, and these items 1 through 18 will be recommended for funding as indicated to the Lakewood City Council. Any further business? Hearing and seeing none, then we're adjourned. Thank you for your service today. Appreciate staff's help, and we'll see you next year. Some of you will be seen next year. We're adjourned.